Petitions, none. Government notices, none. Private members' notices, none. Motions, none. Personal explanations, none. Other business, government business. A bill for supplementary appropriation 2022, number 2, Act 2022, first reading.
The honourable member for Island Harbour is recognized.
Morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning, members. Morning to all in the gallery and those listening. Madam Speaker, I rise to move that a bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2022, number 2, Act 2022, have its first reading.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2022, number 2, Act 2022 be read a first time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a first time.
An act to authorize supplementary expenditure from the Consolidated Fund of Anguilla in excess of sums appropriated for the services of the government of Anguilla for the 2022 financial year by the Appropriation 2022 Act 2022, Act number 1 of 2022.
Second.
A bill for supplementary appropriation 2022, number 2, Act 2022, second reading.
The member is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would like to bid good morning again to all. In this supplementary appropriation 2022, number 2, Act 2022, I would like to present the objects and reasons for this bill. Madam Speaker, on the 12th of January 2022, the 2022 budget was presented and passed in this House of Assembly and assented to on the 13th of January 2022. This budget provided for $226.58 million EC dollars in recurrent and capital expenditure. On June 28th, Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 1 of 2022 was brought before this Honorable House. Its main purpose was to provide cost of living support to the citizens of Anguilla, and most specifically to the most vulnerable, due to the inflationary pressures in the global economy. Madam Speaker, this included an electricity bill subsidy for domestic accounts, food vouchers for those 70 years and older, increased public assistance to families who are on the public assistance program, and also to reduce taxes on fuel. These additional funds were also allocated to key ministries and departments to address some areas of priority that was outside of the budgetary allocation. This resulted in an increase of $15 million and an overall total expenditure estimate of $241.5 million EC dollars. Today, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to present Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 2, which will further increase the total expenditure budget estimate by $16.9 million EC dollars, resulting in an overall total recurrent expenditure estimate for 2022 of $248.7 million EC dollars and capital expenditure estimate of $9.7 million EC dollars. Madam Speaker, we should be happy to know that this money is money that Anguilla has been able to get in recurrent revenue rather than having to go hat in hand to beg for this assistance, which is necessary to help our people. In this supplementary appropriation bill number 2, we'll seek to continue to support for the people of Anguilla by providing another cost of living package to help during this festive season to ease some of the hardship that is being experienced by the significant increase in electricity charges as a result of the increased fuel surcharge. You must remember, Madam Speaker, that the fuel surcharge went up from 45 cents per kilowatt hour to 70 cents per kilowatt hour, and this has shown a significant increase in electricity bills, and therefore this appropriation bill, supplementary bill, is to assist domestic users. I'm grateful to the Cabinet who supported this initiative because they too are aware of the hardships being experienced by the people of Anguilla. Madam Speaker, the government of Anguilla, through the approval of Executive Council, will provide further assistance to all domestic consumers of electricity by funding another credit of 1,000 EC dollars, which will be paid in 3 installments. The Ministry of Finance will provide the exact arrangements at a later date. I'm also pleased to announce that as of today, November the 29th, 2022, all senior citizens 70 years and older, or those who will be 70 years by the 31st of December of this year, have started to receive a food voucher of 500 EC dollars. This is the second payment for this year of this sort. Madam Speaker, I'm happy that over 800 persons benefited from the program in the first instance, and we expect that a similar number of persons will benefit this time as well. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, this is to help with inflationary pressures. Contrary to what may be stated out there in public, inflation is due to increased costs on a global basis, Madam Speaker, not just here in Anguilla. Increased costs of supplies, increased costs of shipping, increased cost of fuel. These pressures brought on by COVID and also now the war in Ukraine, among other factors, Madam Speaker. And we are trying to do what we can as an administration, a caring, compassionate, and responsible administration to help the people of Anguilla to have some cost of living benefits during this time. Madam Speaker, this appropriation bill is also making provision to pay down arrears that have been outstanding for a number of years and to pay off the balance owed to public servants for deferred salaries, which my administration vowed to pay off on coming to office. While this could not be done when we assumed office, we are now assuming that this debt owed to the public servants, we are ensuring that this debt owed to the public servants for over 10 years is finally paid off. Madam Speaker, I'd like to express my gratitude to all public servants whose patience has been tested. But this administration has been able to scrape together the necessary amounts that we can pay off in full this time what has been owed in deferred salaries. I want to thank those who continue to work diligently despite the challenges over the years and despite previous promises made, who've stuck to the task and have been able to make this work. And that is what we call Anguillian patriotism, Madam Speaker. And so, when there are those who would like to have the civil service trimmed or to have their pay trimmed, Madam Speaker, this administration stood up and said, the public servants are the ones who kept the economy going during COVID, who kept the economy going during Hurricane Irma, that devastation, who have waited this long to have their deferred salaries paid, who have not had an increase in salaries in over 12 years, Madam Speaker. This administration would like to do better, but given our fiscal constraints and position, we are doing what we can. But we want the public servants to know that we have their back, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this supplementary appropriation is also making provision to meet additional funding requirements for some ministries and departments for the remainder of this year, for which sufficient savings could not be allocated. Madam Speaker, I'll now comment briefly on the capital projects that are expected to be facilitated by this supplementary budget. The approved capital budget for 2022 was $2 million EC dollars. This supplementary makes additional provisioning for capital expenditure of $5.9 million EC dollars for a total capital budget of $9.7 million. You will remember that during the first appropriation, the supplementary appropriation, capital was increased. Ministries across the government will receive this additional provision for the completion of commitments that seek to improve government's efficiency and improve infrastructure. Madam Speaker, I'll now briefly highlight what this increase in capital expenditure represents. The Ministry of Social Development, a total of $2.7 million EC dollars to cover ongoing disbursement on the Anguilla Community College project loan from the CDB of $2.1 million. Material to support the completion of the remaining works at the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School Package 2 of $613,000. The Ministry of Infrastructure total increase is $3 million EC dollars to cover funding for the Blowing Point Ferry Port development, $2 million for additional items such as taxi stand, parking lot, and landscaping. The Road Bay Jetty, $100,000 EC dollars for outstanding payments for additional works to support completion of the God Port area and installation of lights. 6 vehicles for the Government of Anguilla Vehicle Fleet Pool, $14,500 US each, and vehicle for the Customs Department, $27,000 US, totaling $308,000 EC dollars. Outstanding ballots for the airport runway sweeper of $200,910 EC, and a baggage scanner for the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport, and walk-through and handheld scanners for the Blowing Point Port, $407,000 EC dollars. The Ministry of Economic Development has a total increase of $195,000 EC to cover replacement computers to facilitate efficient administration of Inland Revenue Department and the Attorney General's Chamber's functions, and $95,000 EC dollars. And the reason why that would come under Ministry for Economic Development, Madam Speaker, is because DITES, Department for Information Technology and E-Government Services, comes under that ministry. Also, the Access Control and Camera Surveillance System for the Government of Anguilla Headquarters, $100,000 EC dollars. Madam Speaker, I'll now comment briefly on the Ministry's adjustments in the recurrent expenditure budget schedule. Her Excellency the Governor, supplementary amount of $233,145 EC dollars covers deferred salaries. Ministry of Home Affairs, supplementary amount of $216,970 covers deferred salaries. Ministry of Finance and Health, supplementary amount of $8,264,449 EC, and this portfolio covers planned expenditure for the cost of living support of $6.5 million EC dollars. Additionally, there is nominal provision of $1 EC for the creation of the position International Tax Cooperation Officer, which is part of the compliance unit. Furthermore, there is provision in the Treasury Department for interim goods tax refunds in the amount of $1.1 million EC dollars Under the Ministry of Health, there's provision for 370,000 EC dollars to facilitate payment to the Health Authority of Anguilla for increased energy costs and deferred salaries of $292,629. Madam Speaker, just to note, there was a savings of 1.4 million EC dollars that was identified within the Treasury Department, and it will be reallocated to the ministries and departments to cover the payment of deferred salaries. In the Ministry of Social Development, the supplementary increase of $1,903,561 covers deferred salaries, which is $906,847. There is an increase in the Department of Education personnel emoluments and goods and services budget totaling $996,713 to meet shortfalls. This covers wages of $547,899, professional and consultancy $246,944, operating costs $22,000, local travel of $11,500, allowances of $22,300, supplies and materials $60,000, subscriptions $51,020, and public assistance of $35,000. Ministry of Infrastructure, supplementary amount of $152,304 covers deferred salaries. The Ministry of Economic Development, supplementary amount of $159,760 covers deferred salaries. Madam Speaker, as you can see, it is necessary at this time to do a supplementary budget, which is number 2 for the year 2022, so that we can cover these expenses, deferred salaries, arrears, cost of living benefits. These are essential to the well-being of our people, and this administration is committed to that, Madam Speaker. Certainly, it would be good to have this type of funding so that we can build more, increase our infrastructure, and we can help our people along. But it's necessary at this time, given the way of the world and the state that we're in, that we need to do this for our people. So, with that, Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this supplementary bill have its second read.
Thank you, member. Can someone second?
I rise a second.
Thank you, members. A bill for supplementary appropriation 2022, number 2, Act 2022 has been moved and seconded for its second reading. I invite debate now on the merits and principles of this bill. Floor is open for contributions. The honorable member for Valley South is recognized.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning to the honorable members of this House. I would like to rise in support of the bill that was put forward by the honorable member for District 1 and the Premier. Madam Speaker, I think that we have come to a point in Anguilla where we can address, and I would say proudly, some of our issues ourselves. Some of these issues are historic, Madam Speaker, and specifically from the Ministry of Social Development and Education. I can speak to some that are of a historic nature, some that we wish we wouldn't have to be here addressing, specifically in relation to our schools. Madam Speaker, we are before you today requesting the approval of the House to grant us permission to spend the people of Anguilla's money to complete Package 2 of the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School. Madam Speaker, this package should have been entirely covered by the Anguilla program, which was convened in 2018 and 2019 to ensure that our students were able to move into the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School in a clean, learner-friendly environment. Of course, Madam Speaker, COVID-19 provided a spanner in the works, which unfortunately meant that there were inevitable delays to the completion of all our packages at the high school. But we did see, Madam Speaker, that despite the importance of ensuring that our school plants were completed, to be able to deliver education to our students, mishaps and delays were experienced that could have been avoided, Madam Speaker. And this is not just a delay, Madam Speaker, from the perspective of having infrastructure in place. This is not just a delay in terms of ensuring that workmen on these sites were paid. This is a delay that speaks directly to the future of this country. Because 2017, it has now been 5 years since the passage of Hurricane Irma, and our students are still unable to move into their high school. It's been 5 years. And while I can discount COVID-19 in 2020 and part of 2021, we are now about to complete 2022. We started 2022 with the expectation that by the end of the year, that the persons, the principal parties who would have had the responsibility of actioning the obligations placed upon them to ensure that these buildings were completed would have done so, not merely from the perspective of their contractual duties, Madam Speaker, but also from the perspective of their duties to the young people of this nation. And that's a serious obligation that they took upon themselves. And so, moving forward, Madam Speaker, this administration has committed itself to ensuring that our procurement practices are iron tight, that the requisite assessments and analysis to ensure that those who have the benefit of constructing Anguillian infrastructure for our students would be put through all of the requisite tests to ensure that they can deliver these projects for the people of Anguilla. Because had it not been for the mishaps that had taken place, specifically with that construction, that piece of construction, Madam Speaker, this over $600,000 EC of the people of Anguilla's money could have been going to the people of Anguilla. Not to remedy a mishap. This could have gone directly to the people of Anguilla. So I wanted to stand today to say to the people of Anguilla that we take this obligation to deliver education as a very serious one, and the Ministry of Infrastructure has taken its part in ensuring that this money will be used to complete this package for the people of Anguilla and for the children of Anguilla, so that we don't have to sit around another few years asking what happened to our high school. And I also want to stand in support, Madam Speaker, for the additional funds that are appropriated specifically to deal with matters within the Ministry of Education. And to be specific for the people of Anguilla, we are looking at things such as operating costs. When you look at the list for the supplementary appropriation, Madam Speaker, for the Ministry of Social Development, you will see things such as wages. When we look at funding to cover our staff hired as a direct result of COVID-19, our custodians, our nursing assistants, and of course the unprecedented levels of substitute teachers that we've had to recover and to cover the costs for teachers who would have contracted COVID-19. Because even when someone contracts COVID-19, Madam Speaker, education still must continue. So irrespective of the fact that we have budgeted specifically to pay for one person to teach a program, very often an unintended consequence of the COVID-19 pandemic and our quarantine rules are that we don't allow persons who have contracted COVID-19 to sit in a classroom with our students, and thus we would have had to find a replacement who does not have COVID-19 and to pay those replacements substantially, and that has had a material impact on the Ministry of Social Development and Education's budget. I am just grateful, Madam Speaker, that we can be here today and that the government of Anguilla can put its hand in its own pocket to pay these persons. Additionally, Madam Speaker, we would have made some changes in terms of allowances to support a number of ongoing projects that are taking place within the Ministry of Social Development and Education, specifically for Project Inspire. Project Inspire is a program which is launched with the Anguilla Initiative in partnership with the Ministry and Department of Education to implement ICT infrastructure across our primary schools. Madam Speaker, we would have started with the Aurelia Kelly Primary School as our pilot school, and we continue our rollout into the rest of our primary schools. And you will see an allowance amount for $8,300, which would be made for our Project Inspire. Additionally, we would have increases in relation to supplies and materials. As you know, Madam Speaker, we now are operating mammoth schools across the island. And as a result, we have to increase our budgets to ensure that those schools are maintained, to ensure that the the hygiene of those schools is maintained to a sufficient level that is comfortable for both parents, teachers, and children going to these schools. And therefore, we have increased the amount in terms of our supplies and materials going to our schools for that reason. And you will see, Madam Speaker, in relation to other expenditure under the Ministry of Social Development and Education, we would have an increase of $51,020 for the renewal of one of our subscriptions, which is a Nearpod subscription, which is an online presentation platform that we use for our teachers to make teaching and lessons more interactive, both in face-to-face and online sessions, as we look to integrate technology into our classrooms. Madam Speaker, you will see the Ministry of Social Development and Education looking specifically at online platforms that will be used in our classrooms. Nearpod has served us well over the past year. And as our subscription, because we tried a free trial for a year, we're now moving into our costing period. And again, I am grateful that the Ministry of Finance can pull into its own pocket to give us $51,000 for education expenses. I also want to highlight, Madam Speaker, because it is quite a large figure within the Ministry of Social Development and Education's budget, our professional and consultancy services amounts, which amounts to $216,555.02, which covers specifically the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School's security component and our cleaning contracts. And Madam Speaker, of course, you know that security is of utmost importance to us across this island and specifically in our schools. And we take very seriously issues of security that are happening. While we will use and continue to use our services that are found within the Department of Social Development, the Department of Probation, and the Department of Education specifically to address the underlying issues which relates to our security concerns at our schools, we are also ensuring that we cover our grounds, we ensure that we have the appropriate security who can function at our schools to keep our students safe, to keep our teachers safe, to deal with certain issues. And that is why we are expending additional financing to ensure that we have the requisite security component to cover those expenditures, Madam Speaker. I would also like to highlight that in relation to our public assistance increase for the Ministry of Education, that we would have been operating a meals program at the Vivian Vanderpool Primary School for some time now, but that the Ministry and Department of Education have decided to move and take it a step further from simply covering those who are specifically in need to covering all students at the Vivian Vanderpool Primary Schools for their meal expenditures. And also at the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School, the Valley Primary School, and the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School. So, Madam Speaker, from the Ministry of Social Development and Education, you can see that the expenditures that we are incurring fit squarely within our vision to ensure that our young people are accessing the best education, to ensure that they are accessing ICT, the ICT and the digital revolution that is taking place within the education sector, and that when we come to the budget, Madam Speaker, you will see how the Ministry of Social Development and Education will be investing significantly in ICT development, specifically across our schools, and that we are very serious when it comes to ensuring that our students are able to move into our Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School, even if it means that we are sticking our hand in our own pocket and we're not asking anybody else for any other funds to complete it. That is what is necessary, and that is what will be done, Madam Speaker. As it relates to other matters under the supplementary appropriation budget, Madam Speaker, I do want to say that I do want to draw support specifically for the energy support that will be given to the over 6,100 households in Anguilla. I do believe that it is very unprecedented to have such grants being given to the people of Anguilla, because as we know, this is not happening in a vacuum. Anguilla is not the only territory that is being affected by the increased cost of living crisis that is facing persons the world over. In fact, Madam Speaker, when we look across the globe to Italy, to Spain, France, Nevis, Germany, Barbados, we can all see that in their own ways, they are implementing unique solutions specifically to address the issue of the cost of living crisis. And I say that, Madam Speaker, because energy is a critical need for the people of Anguilla in whichever way you look at it, not simply from the perspective of keeping the lights on at home, but in terms of ensuring that our young people have access to the internet, ensuring that they have access to their online lessons, ensuring that they have access in terms of research, ensuring that persons who are in online education are able to sufficiently conduct their coursework. And I found it very interesting, Madam Speaker, because in the UK, well, everyone can look at the UK right now and see the level of the cost of living crisis that is taking place, and what they have done to address their cost of living issues. Now, in the UK, they've capped their energy costs at 2,500 pounds. I believe, Madam Speaker. And that is still quite a lot of money, as you can imagine. I don't know the specific conversion, but if anyone can tell me, I'd be very willing to be corrected and told. And this is despite the fact that persons are capping their energy prices in some areas. They're including subsidies, and these are not all uniform, Madam Speaker, because I can tell you some places are not doing anything at all. There are some countries around the world that have said they cannot respond to the cost of living crisis that is being experienced, and some that are saying that they will only give one credit to persons who are dealing with the cost of living crisis. And I think it speaks to, the question really speaks to where are you in relation to how you can respond. And I ask that question, Madam Speaker, because in different scenarios, different countries with their particular problems, you can only respond as far as your country's circumstances allow you to respond. And that's unfortunate, because we would all love, Madam Speaker, to say, you don't have to worry about your energy bills. We got you. You don't have to worry about your water bills. We got you. You don't have to worry about deferred salaries. We got you. You don't have to worry about not getting an implement since 2008 or 2009. We got you. You don't have to worry about the Carito landfill. We got you. We would all love, Madam Speaker, and anybody who is a politician would love to stand here and say, you don't have to worry about any of those things. We got you. But the reality is very different. It's very, very different, Madam Speaker. And it would be irresponsible of me or of anybody who's sitting in a position where we see the position that the country is in to just say, yes, we can do anything we want. So, Madam Speaker, I say that specifically because I looked at the UK example more closely. In 2021, the United Kingdom had an increase of tax hikes of about $12 billion in 2021 alone. The OECD indicated in their article on the 14th of October 2021 that most countries coming out of the COVID-19 crisis will have to increase their revenues by implementing tax hikes. All countries. And made it even worse, Madam Speaker, that we are currently experiencing, on the other hand, bank interest rates increasing significantly. So that means the cost of your debt is also more expensive. Not only is it that debt is expensive, it also means it's more expensive. So what you have to pay back in interest increase as well. And while I would love to say, Madam Speaker, I think I would love to say, and I think anybody would love to say, that you can go to a bank and you can say to them, I'm not paying you. I can't do it. That's not the reality anywhere in the world. Nowhere in the world is that the reality. And Anguilla is no different, because we have debt, and we have debt that we have to pay. The first thing that comes out of the consolidated fund, Madam Speaker, is not wages, it's not personal emoluments to the civil servants, it's not our social development programs. The first thing that comes out of the consolidated fund, Madam Speaker, is debt. It's the first thing that comes out. So when you have high debt levels, and then you are scrambling to figure out, how do I bridge the gap? Whose responsibility is it, Madam Speaker? It's the responsibility of the persons who are sitting in administration. The question then becomes, what if I say, because I've asked this question, what if I say, I'm not going to pay this debt? What is going to be the impact of me refusing to pay my debt? So Madam Speaker, I want you to imagine that you are a lender. You're a lender, you're a bank. And I come to you and I say to you, Madam Speaker, I want to take out $100,000 so that I can build something. And then you say to me, after 4 months of me not paying, 5 months of me not paying, 6 months of me not paying, you're saying, well, remember, I have to take your house. Okay. So what happens in this case where you are the lender and I am the country? What happens then? What do you take from me then? What's the consequence of me not paying then? And there are examples in history, Madam Speaker, of countries that have been unable to pay their debts to institutions, and the consequences have been very dire. The restructuring has been very, very, very dire. You don't have a say in how much they fix your percentages at, your tax percentages at when you owe them money. You don't have a say. You don't have a choice. You just pay me. And so, Madam Speaker, I think I've looked at utopias around the world, and I'm going to say that I consider Germany to be a little example of a utopia, because I've watched them very closely in relation to how they've handled the COVID-19 crisis, where they are right now, and how come they were not able to, they did not have to increase taxes by a significant portion in Germany. I found it very interesting. And what I found was, number one, Germany as a country is constitutionally prevented from unnecessary borrowing. Constitutionally, they can't. That's number one. That means that their debt ratios are much lower than most other OECD countries, Madam Speaker. The second thing is that Germany as a country has run a budget surplus for the last decade. Even out of the financial crisis, Germany did not have to institute the level of tax increases that most other countries around the world did. Prudent, careful, slow. That, unfortunately, is not our reality, Madam Speaker. But I found it interesting because it echoed a lot of the cries of people on the street. How come we couldn't do this? How come we couldn't do that? And if we're honest about it, Madam Speaker, there are a lot of things you can say, and there are very few things you can do. Very few things you can do. And the question really is, do I just want to secure a position, or do I want to be honest about the position? So, from my perspective, Madam Speaker, being able to be here today to support an electricity support grant, which doesn't only touch the public sector, but also touches the private sector, touches persons who work for the government, persons who do not work for the government, Madam Speaker, is an equitable way of addressing the issues that we're facing here today. And from my perspective, Madam Speaker, I think that it speaks to the improving health of the country that we can even provide this type of support without requesting it from someone else. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Valley South. The Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, is recognized.
Madam Speaker, good morning. Thanks for this opportunity. Pleasant good morning to all my colleagues on this side and the other side. Madam Speaker, I sat quietly and patiently listening as the Premier presented a background to the supplementary bill this morning. And Madam Speaker, for the first time in a very long time, Madam Speaker, I felt an overwhelming sense of pride as an Anguillian and as a member of this administration, Madam Speaker, to be able to sit in this House and hear the Premier present this supplementary without the conditions of having to do this, that, or the other. Madam Speaker, that is significant because it says to all of us, no matter what side of the political divide we are on, that our prudent policies and fiscal decisions are beginning to pay off, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the second supplementary that is presented in this House of Assembly. Second for the year, Madam Speaker. And that is significant as well because it says something that this economy is growing. It says that we are making some level of correct decisions as we move along to enable us to get to this point, Madam Speaker. And so I feel a sense of pride, I said, Madam Speaker, as an Anguillian, to know that finally we as a people are beginning to see the fruits of our labors. We are beginning to see the benefits of our tax dollars being used in tangible ways to give back to the people in many different ways. And there are two this morning, Madam Speaker, in particular, the electricity credits and the cost of living support for our seniors. Madam Speaker, as I was listening to the Premier, I reflected on two things I saw this morning on the media. And one of them is over in Montserrat, where the governments of Montserrat and the United Kingdom have agreed to an increase in support for Montserrat during this financial year, Madam Speaker. And in terms of budgetary support, the British government has agreed to an uplift of up to £4.72 million in terms of recurrent budget support. And in terms of capital support, the UK government has agreed to provide an additional $3 million of funding for essential equipment. And we are talking things like a foam fire engine for the airport, a new 2-megawatt generator to provide greater resilience to the Montserrat Utilities Limited, an additional health service support, including a CT scanner, 3D mammography unit, oxygen generator, emergency room, and incubator equipment. Madam Speaker, I'm very happy for the government and people of Montserrat that they are getting this additional support. Madam Speaker, we know the story of Montserrat. We know the story of the volcano, how those people have been displaced, how the economy has been displaced. So we are happy for them. Over in Anguilla, we'll be happy to get that level of support as well. But Madam Speaker, as a people, we are now beginning to see where our tax dollars are going, Madam Speaker. When I look over in Cayman Islands, Madam Speaker, on the 26th of October this year, Madam Speaker, the government of Cayman announced a 3-month extension of the Electricity Assistance Program until December this year. And we also have other initiatives. The Cayman Islands government recently approved duty waivers on several energy-efficient devices and building materials, and so forth and so on, Madam Speaker. Over in Barbados, they have also introduced a number of cost of living support measures, things like, in terms of electricity, the reduction of the value-added tax rate from 17.5% to 7.5% for the first 250 kilowatt hours of electricity, and that which started in August continues up until the end of January 2023. Minister is quite right. But the point is, Madam Speaker, that all around us, governments are rallying to help their people. They are rallying to help their people weather these storms: Ukraine, inflation, cost of living, energy prices, shipping. Governments are rallying to help their people. And I think it would have been remiss of us as an administration, even though we came into very difficult circumstances. And Madam Speaker, we always say that we should always look forward, and I agree with that. But we must also look back sometimes to see from whence we have come, because, Madam Speaker, we came into administration into one of the darkest, rockiest, gloomiest, dismal aspects of Anguillan history, Madam Speaker. This country was practically on the verge of bankruptcy, Madam Speaker. We were on the verge of being declared a failed state. And to see where we have come from where we were, Madam Speaker, has to do with the benevolence of God, Madam Speaker, and the fact that He has been able to inspire this administration to make these decisions. So, Madam Speaker, I am in full support of these measures today. As I move around this country, and Madam Speaker, there's one thing that I think I have learned to do well over the years, Madam Speaker, particularly as a civil servant, develop the art of listening to people. I am not the world's greatest talkative person. People see me as being very quiet at times, but I listen intently to what people have to say. And Madam Speaker, as I move around the length and breadth of this country, people from all walks of life, all moral and political persuasions, have been all saying one thing en masse: thank you for this opportunity for the electrical credits that were given by this government of Anguilla. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And that is all I think we are ever asking, is that the people can recognize that Anguilla, as small as it is, can also join its Caribbean neighbors in providing this support. The food vouchers, Madam Speaker, again, it was put over that we were basically given handouts, as if Anguillians were beggars, Madam Speaker, begging bread. And I was really hurt by that. Because I know, Madam Speaker, things are not well out there. People are suffering. And Madam Speaker, the fact that households were able to get that ability, especially for our seniors who are so much more disadvantaged than us, they are more vulnerable than us, Madam Speaker, were able to get that support to buy groceries in the shop, Madam Speaker, to tie them over. And I would have loved to see this administration, yes, offer this on an ongoing basis, but reality is reality. Everything that we do has to be funded. But the fact is, Madam Speaker, we were able to provide this relief some time ago, and now we are now repeating it in this festive season And Madam Speaker, it will enable persons to enjoy a little better, merrier Christmas this year. The electrical credits, the cost of food vouchers as well. And Madam Speaker, as a former civil servant, I am so happy to see that civil servants are finally getting the remainder of their deferred salaries. Madam Speaker, I spent 39 years in the public service, and I can tell you firsthand, civil servants have and continue to make tremendous sacrifices, Madam Speaker. Tremendous sacrifices. And those reductions in salaries, Madam Speaker, brought a lot of hardships on civil servants. Civil servants had to be the support for families, Madam Speaker. They were the support to pay the bills, to pay the bank loans. And when the COVID pandemic hit us, when so many people were laid off, Madam Speaker, those civil servants were the ones that kept the homes going, that kept food on the table, Madam Speaker. And we are eternally grateful to them because they work under very trying times. So it is really good, Madam Speaker, and proud to know that they are getting the remainder of their deferred salaries. There's another issue, Madam Speaker, of the progressions which I intend to talk about during the budget debate, that you have many, many public servants that are currently stuck, are frozen in grades way below what they should be getting, Madam Speaker. And there was a word somebody invented called progression that says you come into your salary at a lower point and then you progress to your correct point. But Madam Speaker, there was never any progression. That road was frozen from the outset. That needs to be attended to. But for the civil servants, we want them to know that this administration, Madam Speaker, is actively looking out for their interests and their benefits. Madam Speaker, my honorable colleague has spoken much about the issues with the education projects, Madam Speaker. And she made a comment about the huge buildings, I think, that we have for our schools, the big buildings. And Madam Speaker, it is no secret that I have been promoting the whole issue of population growth because I suspect, Madam Speaker, that we need to get a few more bodies to fill those schools up. And Madam Speaker, this is an initiative that I intend to vigorously pursue during the time that I have left in office, Madam Speaker. Because at the end of the day, there's a lot of pushback. There's a lot of pushback. But I believe, Madam Speaker, that we should be giving preference to our Caribbean brothers and sisters who would like to come here, live here, work here, and support this economy, Madam Speaker. I keep saying that the more persons we have here, the more consumers of electricity we will have, the more persons will be buying stuff in the shops, they will be purchasing electronics, and so forth, Madam Speaker, which means our economy will grow, which means that businesses will grow, so it will have a positive effect on our economy, Madam Speaker. And of course, as they come, they bring their children, they enter our schools, Madam Speaker. And when children attend school here for 5 years, Madam Speaker, we grant them what we call a work exemption. So they are given the opportunity, Madam Speaker, once they have attended school here for 5 years, they are able to get an exemption, Madam Speaker, to take up employment in the private sector, whether it is in banking, hospitality, or so forth. So yes, we are creating those incentives, Madam Speaker, to gradually build our population base. But getting back to the supplementary, Madam Speaker, the fact that we are able to bring 2 supplementaries to this House, the fact that we are going from a budget of $226.58 million up now to, with the second supplementary, to $248.7 million, Madam Speaker, and an increased capital budget as well. It means, Madam Speaker, that there are great things ahead for Anguilla, Madam Speaker. Great things ahead, Madam Speaker. I recently took the opportunity to take a little time off to have some well-earned vacation, Madam Speaker. And formerly, I would have to catch the ferry across to St. Martin, get in a long line at the airport and go through all the various procedures over there before I could board my flight to leave. It was so refreshing, Madam Speaker, to go across to the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport and check in at American Airlines, Madam Speaker, relax in a very comfortable lounge, and when the flight was called, boarded the flight and went off to Miami. Madam Speaker, I can personally attest, like so many tourists know, that we are doing good things in Anguilla. And it says to me, Madam Speaker, just like I saw the convenience of that, Madam Speaker, our many visitors are also speaking about the convenience of being able to jump on a plane in Miami in the morning, get here sometime after midday, and an hour later, Madam Speaker, they are on the beach, twiddling their toes and sipping a pina colada, Madam Speaker. That again is progress, Madam Speaker, that this administration has brought to Anguilla. So these supplementaries, Madam Speaker, are no accident. They speak to the fact that we may have started the year conservatively. We have progressed throughout the year. We have seen the growth in our economy. We have seen the growth, Madam Speaker, in our revenues. And again, the big bad word that everybody seems wants to avoid is GST, Madam Speaker. The GST tax, yes, we've had our issues, yes, we've had our teething problems, but Madam Speaker, it has been a tax that has been delivering for the people of Anguilla, that at this point in time we can continue now to give back to the people of Anguilla without having to go cap in hand to any foreign entity begging for help. We are able now to use our own tax revenues to deliver goods and services to the people of Anguilla, Madam Speaker, which is the mandate that the people of Anguilla elected us to do. So with those few brief words, Madam Speaker, again I reiterate my support for this supplementary, and I'm looking forward to see what 2023 is going to bring, because if so far it is shaping up this way, I can tell you 2023 is going to be an explosion for this island, Madam Speaker, in terms of economic activity, in terms of growth, in terms of opportunities. And I'm looking forward, Madam Speaker, to 2023. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, is recognized.
Madam Speaker, good morning. Good morning to the House, the gallery. Good Good morning to those listening via stream and radio. Madam Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to speak on this bill, Supplementary Appropriation 2022, number 2 Act. Madam Speaker, this supplementary bill, it covers quite a few necessities as it relates to government's spending, government's expenditure, and a few capital projects that would fall to the wayside if not for this supplementary. So I commend the government, the administration, for bringing this forward. I won't touch on everything, but rather pick out a few areas to talk about. The spending on the Blum Point Ferry Terminal, Madam Speaker, to complete or to facilitate its completion will be money well spent. This is certainly a plus for Anguilla's tourism product, and the completion of that ferry terminal is of utmost importance, as well as the payment of deferred salaries to the civil service. Money is again well spent. And Madam Speaker, there is a $613,000 spend for the Albina Lake Arch Comprehensive School Package 2 that I hope will finally now rectify the shift system that has been in place since 2017. The hectic shift system is one that our children, parents, staff, and the teachers may have gotten used to, but we are to not allow it to continue. The government should not allow it to continue on much longer. So kudos again for including that, for making it a priority in this supplementary appropriation bill. Madam Speaker, we must always strive to ensure that we are providing the best and nothing but the best environment for our young people, our kids, so that they can excel. So I'm in full agreement that the Albina Lake Arch Comprehensive School is a priority at this time. Madam Speaker, as it relates to the big ticket item in this supplementary appropriations bill, while it is good for ANGLEC to have guaranteed cash in a lump sum payment for households in Anguilla, and I understand it's over 6,100 households, the issue of high electricity still remains a problem for not just households, but for businesses as well. And as it relates to businesses, Madam Speaker, that cost extends to every item or product sold, as electricity is an overhead cost that is factored in to every good sold, whether perishable, frozen, or dry. So my view, Madam Speaker, on this is that there needs to be more targeted support that brings relief across the board as it relates to the fuel surcharge in particular, that will in effect reduce the cost of electricity over a longer period for everyone, which includes businesses as well, that can then pass on the savings. A decrease, Madam Speaker, in the fuel surcharge ought to be ANGLEC's focus, and it ought to be government's focus immediately. And this ought to happen even though it is known that bad blood exists. It is like two parents having a child. No one is finding time to feed or take care of that child because they're upset with each other. The child perishes. A decrease in fuel surcharge, Madam Speaker, will not only be felt by individual consumers, but also by the business sector that can reduce costs of goods and services thereafter. So while it is good and it is a great thing to give households this relief. I'm not criticizing it whatsoever. Businesses are struggling with high electricity bills that is affecting everything on the shelf, and those businesses need relief too. And the easiest way for that to happen is through a fuel surcharge reduction. All efforts, Madam Speaker, all, despite not having a good relationship with the board or with the management, all efforts should be focused right now on the reduction in fuel surcharge. Because it's one thing for a business to be busy and for the economy to be booming, and then it's another thing for businesses to have to spend what they make back in expenses. That is a regular occurrence. So although things are seemingly good, things are bustling, the expenses, the high energy costs is still affecting everyone in a big way. So in my opinion, I would say to the government to approach the situation with Anguilla, with some humility, in effort to reduce the fuel surcharge, put heads together to bring somehow relief that will allow us to see a reduction in the fuel surcharge. So, Madam Speaker, I do support the relief to households, but feel as if government should find a way to find a way for Anguilla to reduce the fuel surcharge. And I'm repeating it over and over because I think that message certainly needs to be sent, and some action to find a way to give that broad-based relief that goes not just to individual households, but also.
While you're repeating, I just want to remind you that there's a rule against repetition, so be
Okay.
careful.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Businesses, Madam Speaker, are running out of liquidity. Some businesses didn't even have liquidity to start with. On one hand, they have to pay the GST at the port, which is the highest line item on that entry. And although it is reclaimable, Madam Speaker, the large sums paid out is money gone. It is money gone from their bank accounts, leaving them in a hole as sales would slowly trickle in. And this has nothing to do, Madam Speaker, with the fact that IGT prior to this was not reclaimable. That was IGT at 9%, not 13%. And that was IGT without superinflation that we have now. So this is nothing to downplay. This, Madam Speaker, is nothing to criticize. To be in business in Anguilla is not an easy task. It's a tough, tough task. Madam Speaker, inflation comes and inflation goes. It's a cycle. It's a cycle that from time to time affects every country. And the reason why government is here today to grant relief in excess of $6 million, it is not just only because of the inflation, It is because of inflation, Madam Speaker, plus the negative effects of GST. Because, Madam Speaker, this isn't the first time that Anguilla is going through inflation. Back in 2012, and I can remember this, and I'm not blaming any government back then, but back in 2012, we had inflation too. And I noticed, Madam Speaker, because my current bill was just about what I am paying now. And I noticed because I found that old current bill just the other day. But back then, Madam Speaker, the people of Anguilla didn't get any relief our vouchers for the elderly. We made it through that period of inflation. We made it through. Thank God we did. So I want the people, Madam Speaker, the people of Anguilla to understand that this relief, that this aid is as a result of inflation, but coupled with the harmful negative effects of GST. And Madam Speaker, I took part in many meetings concerning GST. And I am happy that the Premier, the member for Island Harbor, for District 1, would have rightfully pointed that out at the press conference last Monday. And to quote him, Madam Speaker, the Premier said that that person was a part of the meetings, and basically a lot of the decisions that were made with the GST were proposed by that person to make it better for the people of Anguilla. End of quote. I am happy that the Premier would have pointed that out, Madam Speaker. The member for Island Harbor, I want to thank you for that admission, because the truth is, Madam Speaker, that every GST meeting that I went to, everyone that I attended, I went with a zero-rated item list out of St. Kitts and Nevis. This is it here. Zero-rated item list. And I traveled with the exempt supplies out of St. Kitts and Nevis. A double-side page of exempted goods, services, and zero-rated goods in service. I went to every meeting with those documents because I realized, Madam Speaker, that once the direction of the Premier, or a member of Island Harbor, was to implement the GST and to hug it up and to love it up, I worked as hard as I could to bring about as many exemptions and zero-rated items for the people of Anguilla to have an ease. I am proud of that label. And I wanted more, Madam Speaker. I wanted more, because on this list, certain construction material is exempted in St. Kitts and Nevis, so it's not exempted. I couldn't get it in. So I wanted a lot more. And I wanted more because I was and I am still concerned about the negative impact to the people that will outweigh the positive impact for government. Government may collect more, but where is it coming from? They will collect more to invest more. But when they collect more to invest more, are the private sector businesses able to invest more as well? So, Madam Speaker, I would like to say that I brought some balance, else I believe it will be a lot harder for the people. So I thank the Premier for basically saying that I pushed to make it harder. Lastly, Madam Speaker, the $500 voucher for the elderly is a good thing. This money goes directly to businesses, the retail shops. But as we can see, it is only $450,000, and it is targeted to only above the age of 70. It's a good target group. But my only concern is that there are other groups of the population, other than the 70-year-old and above, that are also facing some struggles and some hardship. Single-parent homes, homes with multiple children. These are also factions of the population that can also do with some well-needed grocery relief. But thankfully, we have very generous and kind seniors who may not need the voucher, but they go to claim their voucher only to pass it on to some other needy and less privileged people amongst us. These are trying times for all of us, Madam Speaker, and what matters is that our neighbor our friend, our brother or sister, have at least the basics on which to live on. So if you're over 70 and don't need the voucher, still go ahead and get it. Go ahead and get it, because you can help your neighbor, you can help a friend, a family member in your community. So, Madam Speaker, with that said, I thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, member. Are there any other contributions? If there are no other contributions, I invite the mover to respond. Member, pay attention. The member for Road South is recognized. Remember, when I call the mover, you're not going to be able to respond, so please
Thank
pay
you very
attention.
much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for your consideration and your forgiveness for not springing to my feet as quickly as I normally would. My athletic days are long behind me, so as slow as a member for West End now, and I can't move as nimbly as I once did. Be that as it may, Madam Speaker, I rise in full support of this supplementary appropriation bill, which speaks to the cost of living support for many of our people, Madam Speaker, and many of our citizens, regardless of age. Once you have a domestic meter, you will benefit from this cost of living support. And this is not the first time this administration have brought about cost of living support. The single island-wide member rose to his feet, and he said that this cost of living support is not because of global inflation alone, but Mr. Kyle Hodge. Sorry? It isn't only because of global inflation, but also because of the GST, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, while he said that, he also said that this is not the first time Anguilla has gone through inflation. And he is correct. This is not the first time. Anguilla has gone through inflation several times, Madam Speaker. And I've gone through significant tax increases several times, Madam Speaker. I can recall vividly in 2000 when the Anguilla United Front came to office, after abandoning the Birmingham site as a site for international airport, they went ahead and they did something that was considered unconscionable, Madam Speaker. Because it was on September the 11th in 2001 that 2 jets manned by Saudi terrorists, Madam Speaker, flew through the World Trade Center. And coming out of that, Anguilla suffered tremendously because it plunged the world into a global recession, and those countries, especially like Anguilla, suffered tremendously because we relied on people traveling to our destination, Madam Speaker. And so, coming out of that, the Anguilla United Front came to Parliament, and they increased significantly across the board, one of the largest single increases in taxes across the board that we've ever experienced was in 2001, Madam Speaker. But in 2002, in this Parliament, a man by the name of Robert F.X. Tillman, along with the government of Anguilla, signed a memorandum of agreement for a project called the Flag Luxury Project. And in 2004, that project began, and the government came back to office and increased taxes again, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, one of the things that we must recall, that in 2010-11, Madam Speaker, the government of Anguilla, in which I was a part of, was forced yet again to increase taxes coming out of the global recession. The global recession hit Anguilla like a ton of bricks, slapped me across my face, Madam Speaker. Because it was in 2007 when things started to go down, and in 2008, it fell over the precipice, Madam Speaker. And it collapsed. As a matter of fact, so much so, it was so bad that the chief minister at the time, Mr. Osborne Fleming, said to the British, come for your country and go with it, Madam Speaker. They were desirous of borrowing money to keep the country afloat. And in October 1st of 2009, Madam Speaker, the Minister of the Overseas Territories, Mr. Chris Bryant, wrote to the chief minister and said that they are prepared to allow for borrowing up until March of 2020, conditional borrowing, provided that you agree to an independent expenditure study and an independent revenue study, Madam Speaker. And when the Anguilla United Movement came to office, Madam Speaker, we said we could not commit to any further taxes because in January of 2010, the Minister of the Overseas Territories also wrote to Mr. Victor Banks, who was the Minister of Finance, reiterating the commitment to introduce new taxes, Madam Speaker, and also saying that we understand that there's an election next month, so you can't do it yet, but following the election, you have to implement these new taxes. So when Hubert Benjamin Hughes came to office, Madam Speaker, and I hear them talking a lot about Hubert Benjamin Hughes, right? And they must understand that I know that man very well, better than everyone, Madam Speaker. And he was the one who said you can't tax a dead economy. He said it over and over and over to the point where the speaker at the time, whose name was Ms. Barbara Webster Bone, tried him with repetition, Madam Speaker. You can't tax a dead economy. And Madam Speaker, we said to the British that the economy had free fallen. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of construction workers were out of work. Dozens of contractors, Anguillan contractors, Madam Speaker, went under because they had bought materials for Flag Luxury and other projects and were left holding the bag. Some of them had borrowed money because the chief minister of at the time, Mr. Osborne Fleming, and the Minister of Finance at the time, Mr. Victor Banks, who's now the senior advisor of the Anguilla United Front, said to go to the banks and borrow and borrow and borrow and bill, and people did so. Madam Speaker, there's always a cause and effect, and we forget too quickly how did we get from that to this, as Desiree would sing, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, it is important to know that on a call from the Ministry of Finance, by one Mr. Hubert Benjamin Hughes. He made the call, but he stood silent as permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance, Miss Kathleen Rogers, and another permanent secretary in the Ministry of Economic Development, one Dr. Aidan Harrigan, and one advisor to the chief minister at the time, one Miss Josephine Gums-Connor, argued, I was there, listening on, argued with Mr. Chris Bryant over taxes and the fact that Anguilla was in dire and desperate shape. We can't implement these taxes. We can't move forward. We can't do this. We can't do that. This is not the time, Madam Speaker. And Chris Bryant was adamant. He said, I'm running an election. You have made the commitment, Madam Speaker, to implement these taxes. And Josephine Gums-Connor said, yes, but not this administration. He saw no distinction between the Anguilla United Front and the Anguilla United Movement. And I die if I tell any lies, Madam Speaker. He said, I'm going to run an election. You do what you got to do, else you won't get a cent to this budget. The argument went back and forth. And at the end, the Chief Minister, Hubert Hughes, chimed in. He said, Mr. Bryant, this is not me arguing. These are senior public officers making the argument. He said he don't care. Hang up the phone. 2 months later, in May of 2010, Madam Speaker, they lost the election. Oh, Chris Bryant was the first member of Parliament in England to be married to a man, Madam Speaker. Historical fact. These are facts, Madam Speaker. And guess what? The government of Anguilla had to get on the work of presenting a budget. See the member for West End, he is so disappointed. Look at him shaking his head. Madam Speaker, the government of Anguilla had to get together to start working on a budget. You know why? Because the Anguilla United Front did not even give instructions to the Ministry of Finance and the members of the staff in the Ministry of Finance to prepare a budget for 2010. It was the first time in the history of Anguilla that had ever happened. Mr. Fleming, who was an outgoing retiring chief minister, said, in this house. We're not going to prepare the budget. Leave it for the new government to do. Leave it for the new government to do. That's not the way government operates, but that's what happened. And the staff in the Ministry of Finance, Madam Speaker, got to work on preparing a budget, Madam Speaker. We had a retreat down at Anguilla Community College conference room where members of the Ministry of Finance and other departments, along with members of civil society, got together to discuss what we're going to do, because the things were so bad, not only for government coffers, but for the employment situation in Anguilla, Madam Speaker. When we got together, we prepared a budget, Madam Speaker. Took it to Executive Council, took it to the House. It came to the House, and the Governor, Mr. William Alistair Harrison, refused to assent to the budget on recommendation of the Secretary of State, Madam Speaker. So much so, Madam Speaker, that in April of 2010, I was at lunch, and there was an emergency Executive Council meeting called, and they called me. I wasn't a member of the Executive Council, but they called me. We need to have an Executive Council meeting now, because the time in order to have a budget for the country has expired, because it was the last day of April of 2010, Madam Speaker. And we went to Executive Council for paper to extend it beyond April. It was approved in Executive Council. Drafting instructions were given to Attorney General Boone. Went and he drafted those instructions in the regulations. Went back to Executive Council, had it ratified and agreed. Minutes confirmed ahead. Parliament was called. The speaker at the time was Barbara Retzer Boone. She was called to conduct Parliament. The members of the opposition, which included Mr. Evan McNeil Rogers, Mr. Atlin Olitimus Vanterpool, Madam Speaker, and Mr. Jerome Roberts, was called. We got House of Assembly this afternoon, a Friday afternoon, Madam Speaker. And on that Friday afternoon we came, and it was passed unanimously, signed off by the Speaker of the House, assented by the Governor, to give government more time. And meanwhile, those experts out of England to deal with the revenue and expenditure study was here on the ground conducting their studies, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, they made it clear that unless you have retrenchment and unless you have increases in taxes, budget wasn't going anywhere. Dominica News Online reported Harrison saying, without these measures, no assent to the budget. As rough as it was, Madam Speaker, as tough as it was, no distinction, Madam Speaker. A gentleman by the name of Ved Gandhi, who worked with the IMF as well, came in. And in a consultation held at the Rodney MacArthur Ray Auditorium, after working again on a budget again, 3 budgets in 1 year, Madam Speaker, in 2010, he got up and he said, this budget stands. But what did that budget include, Madam Speaker? Property tax increase of over 100%. Duties increase in certain areas by over 100%, in some instances over 150%. Duties on vehicles from 25% to 40% or 45%, Madam Speaker. Interim stabilization level of 3%, which the United Front vehemently opposed all the way through to 2015 election. And also an increase in customs surcharge from 1% to 6%. But the chief minister at the time had said, you cannot tax a dead economy. Over and over and over again. But the very same chief minister who said you cannot tax a dead economy, who was also the Minister of Finance, had to go down to Old Tech in the Executive Council and agreed to one of the hugest, one of the most far-reaching tax packages Anguilla has ever seen. Agreed in Executive Council, and then come to Parliament and stand up on his feet and push forward that to be agreed upon and assented to. Still, in September of 2010, the governor still asked for his resignation to call fresh elections. Madam Speaker, if you were to recall. Facts, and nothing but the facts. And Madam Speaker, it leads us to where we are today. In 2007, Madam Speaker, the National Bank of Anguilla announced $1 billion in assets. In 2008, the National Bank of Anguilla was on the verge of collapse, Madam Speaker. In 2009, in order to give some sort of confidence and liquidity support between the National Bank of Anguilla and the Social Security Board, who had a huge convergence of interest as it relates to board membership, created something called a SITCO. And out of that, Madam Speaker, the SITCO went down to Cinnamon Reef, found an old, derelict, beaten down building with a valuation of $2.45 million, and bought it for $20 million EC dollars and injected it into NBA, Madam Speaker. The former member of Valley North said that it was for a hotel school. The same former member for Valley North said that Viceroy Co. had granted to the people of Anguilla, the children of Anguilla, 6 school buses, posed for the picture, and when we came to office in 2010, found out that was being paid for by the taxpayers of this country, Madam Speaker. Historical facts, Madam Speaker. ACIDCO. And when we came to office in 2010, found out that we had to pay $300,000 a month, Madam Speaker, for that. The secret organization, but a member for Valley North will go on radio and say he believes in transparency, not a fellow from Valley North, the single island white member, Mr. Kyle Hart, will believe in transparency, but join the same secret organization. I'm talking to Cora. We have good relations. When you get in that organization, you're going to learn to see. Anyway, that's beside the point. That time will come, Madam Speaker. But anyway, Madam Speaker, we still holding the bag for ACIDCO. Just recently, they put up Cinnamon Reef on auction. It was advertised. Hopefully they will be able to divest themselves of that. So this happened in 2010, 2011. And then the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank started to intervene in the operations, Madam Speaker. And they sent to Anguilla a gentleman by the name of Andre Aiton, sitting in National Bank of Anguilla. And he came up with a whole rash of recommendations, Madam Speaker, to try to right the ship of the National Bank of Anguilla. But they refused it. They refused to take on those recommendations. Instead, they sent a number of officers in the bank home, Madam Speaker, made them redundant. Refused to take the recommendations, Madam Speaker, and if you had allowed me, I'll find those recommendations and read those recommendations out, because I have those recommendations, Madam Speaker. They refused it. And Mr. Aiton packed up ship and said, we can't do nothing about these people. You know, we talk about ownership, NICA, NBA, CCB, Pelican Trail. And Madam Speaker, refused, went back to St. Kitts, Madam Speaker, because he refused. And then they tried to give the impression that Hubert Hughes brought in the ECCB to shut down all banks, Madam Speaker. They were said over and over and over again without an understanding of how the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union works. Hubert Hughes didn't have the authority to do so, but the situation in Anguilla was so bad that it could have devalued the Eastern Caribbean currency, Madam Speaker. 70% non-performing loans, Madam Speaker. 70%. The threshold is 5%. 70% non-performing loans. Even in the best of times, we had a compliance rate as it relates to property tax of less than 40%, Madam Speaker, to this day, Madam Speaker. And so they came in to remedy it. Madam Speaker, do you know that we have never seen the banking resolution? Up to now, nobody on this side of the aisle, and I dare say nobody on that side of the aisle, have seen the banking resolution either. And we will never see it locked away in a vault somewhere in the belly of Iraq, Madam Speaker. Can't see it. But that banking resolution commits us to where we are today. You have to give a historical context because we forget too quickly. Madam Speaker, the single island wide member, Mr. Kyle Hart, he spoke about in 2012 when he was paying the same electricity bill as he's paying now. We'll get to that. And Madam Speaker, so ECCB came in and they wanted to present a resolution, Madam Speaker. And the Chief Minister at the time, Mr. Hubert Hughes, said, the ECCB cannot present a resolution in isolation. We need to have other options. So the British government agreed to finance other options, including options from PricewaterhouseCoopers, I think that's the way it's called, and what happened? Sorry? PwC. And we never had a chance to see those options, Madam Speaker, because the clock ran out. And also, to produce all the information to the general public, because Hubert Hughes also believed in transparency. But the secret organization, I don't understand how the single island wide member, Kyle Hodges, joined that organization because it conflicts everything he believed in. I know him from the time he was a child on up.
Madam Speaker, on a point of clarification, can the member point to when or where did I state that I am joining or have joined?
Thank you for the opportunity, member. On radio program on Class FM on Thursday, 2 weeks ago, the 17th, I believe it was, the member was asked a question about creating his own political party. And he said, no, it don't make any sense. Political parties comes with a lot of funds. And so I won't do that. But I've been talking to Cora. Cora and I have a great relationship. And I've been talking to Cora. And Madam Speaker, I know they may think I'm a dunce, but talking to Cora, who's the leader of the Anguilla United Front, suggests to me
Members, members, let's get back to the business at hand.
So he asked me for clarification, so I gave him clarification. So he's talking to Crow. So we'll see him dressed in yellow very shortly, Madam Speaker, and sitting on the front benches, Madam Speaker.
Supplementary appropriation.
That's fine. I have no problem with that. You know, there's Judas Iscariot. There's... Anyway, Madam Speaker, as I was saying...
Member, we will refrain from...
Yes, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, Madam Speaker, so, government change, Madam Speaker. And remember, the Anguilla United Front, in particular, the member for Sandy Hill, kept saying over and over and over, like a stick record, the interim stabilization levy was stifling growth, was causing job losses, and it has to go. As a matter of fact, in a debate held at the Rodney MacArthur Ray Auditorium in 2015, Madam Speaker, sitting at the head table was one Miss Everly Bradley, my cousin, one Mr. Patrick Hanley, the sheriff, and one Mr. Edison Alver Baird, the long-standing representative for Valley for Road North, Madam Speaker. And they were debating. And Miss Bradley said she has already put her son on notice, who was the comptroller of Inland Revenue, that he has to come up with something different, because when we come to office, we're getting rid of the levy. And it was one Mr. Beard who said it seemed as if Miss Bradley got her degree from the University of Dog Island, Madam Speaker. Because how do you replace $14 million that was coming in at the time, Madam Speaker? And subsequent to that, the leader of the Anguilla United Front, who is now the senior advisor of the Anguilla United Front, the party with the single island member, Mr. Kyle Hodges, joining, said, Madam Speaker, you can't threaten me. I'm a giant. Said, Madam Speaker, I don't walk with midgets. Said, Madam Speaker, that No matter what the member said about what our candidates say about the interim stabilization levy, but on day one, when we come to office, we will get rid of that bad tax, Madam Speaker. And then in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, they all get up in the House, including Mr. Cardigan, the member for the West End. And in 2019, the single avoiding member now, Mr. Joseph Vanderpool, got up and said, aye to that interim stabilization levy. But I can't blame Jose because Jose never promised to get rid of it, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, we still have it. And we promised that we'll make it a permanent fixture, and we have, Madam Speaker. Because how you can get rid of it? You also got to get assent from Her Majesty's government, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, in 2016, the government passed in this parliament the banking resolution that take into consideration significant debt, because remember in 2005 when the United Front came to office, our national debt was 205 million EC dollars, Madam Speaker. That was the national debt. And that national debt balloon, do you know, even during that time, over $1 million is spent on car rentals, Madam Speaker. You can't make this thing up, Madam Speaker. You can't make it up. And Madam Speaker, the debt ballooned. But before the debt ballooned, there was an intervention of sorts. Because there was one Governor, Christina Scott, who before even serious consideration to the assent of that bill, she said that this will create hardships for a generation, at least a generation, Madam Speaker. In typical terms, what is a generation? 30 years? But eventually she assented to the bill. 2016, Madam Speaker. And there's a grace period in terms of the debt, the amortization of the debt, Madam Speaker, from 2016 to 2021. And I said on my radio show, Madam Speaker, in 2021, the pigs will come to market. I said it over and over and over again. Because once that grace period is up, you have to pay. So how did we come about GST and passage of GST? Because in order to satisfy all of the agencies that you will be able to pay your debt, you have to show how you will pay your debt. You just don't walk into a bank and say, listen, I'm Mr. So-and-so, give me money, without a plan to pay that debt. Not even governments. I've heard people say to me, it's a United Front debt. It's not the United Front debt, it's Anguilla's debt. So it doesn't matter who's in office. The debt has to be paid. It has to be paid, and it's the first charge on government of Anguilla's accounts. Amortization, Madam Speaker. First charge. Everything else will go to hell in a handbasket, Madam Speaker, but the debt has to be paid. This is a country we're talking about, not my personal debt, where they can take my house. It's a country, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the first rollout of the GST was in 2019. October 1st, 2019 to be exact. It was late, but it was rolled out in 2019. Because it was supposed to roll out in July of 2019. And Madam Speaker, it hit a lot of us hard because we had to pay more at the ports. I know I did a repeat order because I too have been in business. I don't know if persons know, but I've been in business for over 27 years actually, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, and I remember sending my customs executor to Mr. Mark Romney. And I said, hey, you said that this thing will be neutral, but look much more in pain. And he said, take it up with Pat, meaning Pat Martin-Barrow, because Pat had spoken about it. Not saying anything negative about Pat, I'm just saying that's what he said to me, right? And they said, I don't need to take it up with Pat, but you said this was the case, but I had to pay more. Anyway, but the commitment was to introduce a second phase on January 1st of 2021 to ensure that amortization needs would be met. And the third phase on January 1st, 2023, if I'm not mistaken. And when this administration came to office, Madam Speaker, we vehemently opposed the implementation of GST. We opposed it. When the Executive Council, we opposed it because we were presented with the GST bill. The GST bill wasn't written by us for us. The GST was written before we came to office on instructions of the Minister of Finance and the government of Anguilla at the time, because you cannot, and I always say this, you cannot blame Mr. Banks for nothing, because the principle of collective responsibility prevails. So the GST bill was on instructions of the government of Anguilla. It was drafted, and it was presented to us. At the bottom, it said, Mr. Terry Harrigan, Speaker of the House. And we opposed it. Single Island-wide member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, he opposed it too. We all opposed it. Had to be deferred from Executive Council. They had a lot of real harsh, draconian stuff in there. And we gutted that bill, Madam Speaker. Exemption after exemption. And a single island-wide member speak about the exemptions that we're bringing from syndicates that have a citizenship by investment program that can fund all kind of things, Madam Speaker, because they're selling passports. Millions and millions and millions of dollars raised from selling passports. And you want to compare syndicates who have the ability to sell passports, raising hundreds of millions of dollars, to Anguilla that don't have the ability to even give belanger status? Comparing apples and oranges? You're comparing apples and oranges?
Remember, there's a rule against repetition.
Hey, Madam Speaker. Hey, Madam Speaker. So here we are, Madam Speaker. And I'll make up a new word. The ridiculousness of it. Madam Speaker. And this is what troubles me, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Amortization, debt amortization, because of the policies and programs of the party that the single island-wide member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, has embraced, Madam Speaker, we in 2021 had to pay $32.82 million in debt payments, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, because of the secret organization that the single island-wide member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, have embraced, Madam Speaker, in 2022, $35.6 million, Madam Speaker, in debt payments alone. Madam Speaker, because of the secret society, secret organization that the single island-wide member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, have hung up and love up, Madam Speaker, in 2023, $35.73 million in debt payments alone. And Madam Speaker, I want to let you in on a little secret. Because of the secret organization that lack transparency, the lump it or like it attitude, Madam Speaker, organization that Mr. Kyle Hodge, a single island-wide member, is in bed with, Madam Speaker. Because of their policies, Madam Speaker, in 2024, $38.4 million, Madam Speaker, in debt amortization. You know what? I'm going to take that thing about.
Thank you, and please use appropriate language in this honorable
We're on the
house.
same page.
Thanks.
You see how great
Thank
is that?
you.
We
Continue.
on the same page. Premier, I either got to move to Island Harbor or move the speaker down. We think alike. Madam Speaker. Oh, yes, I forgot that. Didn't see her in church on Sunday, though, Mr. Premier. Mr. Premier, on that note, my mother called me and said, we have to go to church on Sunday. it's Bajan Independence Day. I said, but I'm not a Bajan. She said, what? I said, no, I'm not a Bajan, I'm an Anguillian. She said, but you're born there, though, you're coming? Are you coming? I had to go. That's my mother. And then when Pastor Cecil said, all of the Bajans raise their hand, I stick my hands in my pocket, Madam Speaker.
My hand is raised to remind you that you're debating
Yes, Madam Speaker. I just want
supplementary.
to give you that
Please
little
continue.
sidebar, Madam Speaker. This is truth. Cecil is a good pastor. Cecil is a good man. I just want to say he's running a really good church there, great services, Madam Speaker. You should go sometime. And Madam Speaker, the member, single island white member, he said that the issue of high electricity is a problem. He admitted that in 2012, his electricity bill was similar.
I am curious, member, you said you're going to let me in on a secret, and I started to write my notes.
Oh, I gave you the secret
So
already.
you didn't.
I did give you the secret.
What was the
The
secret?
secret was that in 2024, we're paying $38.24 million in debt amortization.
Oh, but that was before the secret. Okay. Secret is out. Thanks.
Yeah, just don't tell nobody. And Madam Speaker, he said high electricity is a problem. It is a problem. But Madam Speaker, in your 41 years of life, Madam Speaker, have you ever seen an administration who not once, but twice gave money to persons to help defray their cost of electricity? Never! Have you ever seen a government, Madam Speaker, give our seniors $500, not once, but twice, to offset the cost of their food costs? But Madam Speaker, the single island white member said that the reason for these costs is because of the GST. Yes, global inflation because of GST. But his electricity bill today is similar to his electricity bill 10 years ago, a decade ago, Madam Speaker. There was no GST a decade ago, but it's similar. Did he have $500 to defray those costs? $1,000, sorry, to defray those costs a decade ago? Or 9 years ago? 8, 7, 6, 5, 4 years ago, Madam Speaker? No. But because of this administration, people across Anguilla, 6,000 plus people, Madam Speaker, will have that support. And Madam Speaker, I'm sure that there are seniors who are happy to have that support as well, Madam Speaker, because things are tough, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it was CNN that recently reported that the price of eggs had gone up in the US by 39.8%. The price of chicken had gone up by 16.6%. The price of milk and dairy had gone up by 17% in the US, Madam Speaker. GST didn't cause that. And Madam Speaker, leading up to Thanksgiving, CNN and other news outlets reported that turkey had gone up by 24%, mashed potatoes by 20%, cranberry sauce by 18%, and pies had gone up between 23 and 75%, Madam Speaker, in the US. And Madam Speaker, one of the things I always admonish persons to do is to try to stay abreast of current affairs, global affairs, because global affairs impact what we do here. But it goes back to the fundamental point that I made earlier, Madam Speaker. Regardless of administration, there are certain things that one administration commits the other to. And one of those is debt, another one is certain taxes. Because if this administration could escape GST, they would have, Madam Speaker. But we couldn't. In short of that, you would have had a situation where you wouldn't even have an elected government, Madam Speaker. That is where we are headed. There would have been suspension in part or in whole of the Constitution. And everybody on this side, and including the member who is not on this side anymore, is aware of that. As a matter of fact, even the single island-wide member, Mr. Joseph Antpool, was told that this is what we are facing. I know because I was in his presence when he was told by non-political people who sits in government, Madam Speaker. This is where we are heading. So do we prefer to have Her Majesty's government, based on the commitments that this country has made, to suspend in part or in whole the Constitution, send some technocrats into Anguilla to determine our tax policy and end up with land tax, end up with enforcement fully of property tax, end up with draconian income tax? Madam Speaker, these are the things that we are facing. Because we don't need to look too far to see some of the things that TCI faced when the Constitution was suspended, Madam Speaker. And they thought that they would suspend the Constitution for a few months, wipe out the existing government of Michael Missick, have fresh elections, and they roll into office. And guess what? It dragged on years at hundreds of millions of dollars of debt that the people of the Turks and Caicos have to pay. And yes, it is that they were faced with GST too, and they didn't go ahead with it. But the duty structure, you're paying up towards 30 and 40%, Madam Speaker. And apart from that, the electricity in Turks and Caicos is even higher than that of Anguilla. Know your facts and just the facts, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, we have to know what we're dealing with, Madam Speaker. And the member, the single island-wide member, said that all efforts should be focused on the fuel surcharge. We agree on certain things, Madam Speaker, but the fuel surcharge is not increased, decreased, or controlled by the government of Anguilla. There's a man by the name of Arthur Hodge who sits on the board of Anglic. There's a man by the name of Sutcliffe Hodge who's the CEO of Anglic. I'm sure they have the ear of the man they call Mr. Kyle Hodge. Better than us. Because one of the things that the single island-wide member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, said, Madam Speaker, and I want to quote him, he said that the government need to approach Anglic with some humility. Madam Speaker, if there's one thing that you could say about the Premier, is that he's a humble man. I've never seen him raise his voice. Even if he's angry, I don't know. Madam Speaker, humility. And Madam Speaker, there was plans by Anglic to raise the fuel surcharge to 25%, Madam Speaker. And when we were told, we called for a meeting. The chairman at the time was Mr. Jerome Roberts. We called for a meeting. We met, the Premier and I, and other technical people met with the board of directors of Anglic at their conference room up in the quarter, Madam Speaker. And to the credit of Mr. Jerome Roberts and his team, they had mercy on us, Madam Speaker, and they did not increase the fuel surcharge. And they were asking for 25 cents. It was going up to 25 cents, if I'm not mistaken, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, in October of 2018, Madam Speaker, October of 2018, in an article appearing in the Daily Herald, it says, Anguilla announced fuel surcharge hike, Madam Speaker. And it will be increased from 20 cents per kilowatt hour to 31 cents per kilowatt hour as of October the 15th, Madam Speaker, 2018, Madam Speaker. So that was even less than what Mr. Jerome Roberts and his board was proposing, and we approached them with humility and begged of their mercies, Madam Speaker, not to increase it. And they acquiesced, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the board of Anglic and the CEO of Anglic runs a company. The government of Anguilla are shareholders in that company. And yes, it falls under my ministry. But also, we don't have the authority to dictate to them the level of the fuel surcharge. And the fuel surcharge right now is at one of its highest in history. As a single Illinois member, Mr. Kyle Hart said he's paying today similar to what he paid 10 years ago. Madam Speaker, that's 73%, 70 cents per kilowatt hour, Madam Speaker. And we have begged and pleaded with humility, Madam Speaker, over that 70 cents per kilowatt hour. And we have been thrown aside, thrown to the dustbin, told all sort of. I can't even use the language here in this house, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the CEO of Anguilla, Mr. Sutcliffe Hodge, recently wrote to us telling us that he's raising the fuel surcharge to $1.02, Madam Speaker. $1.02 from 70 cents. So if Mr. Kyle Hodge believes that it's hard now, wait till Uncle Cliffy take it to $1.02 per kilowatt hour, Madam Speaker. Sorry, wait until the CEO of Anguilla take it to $1.02, Madam Speaker. And we're begging and pleading. We hear a lot of things about Anguilla, but you didn't hear us say anything about Anguilla. Madam Speaker, as a matter of fact, Anguilla thrust to renewable energy, and our thrust for renewable energy is aligned, so much so that I even put out a press release supporting the thrust for renewable energy, Madam Speaker, because that is what we believe. But in turn, on the 14th of September 2022, Mr. Kyle Hodge, the single island-wide member, to the press release, he said, the press release dated the 8th of September by the Ministry of Communications, Utility, Housing, and Tourism amounts to nothing but silly political appeasement. It is as fake as it gets on hand. Madam Speaker, that's what he said. But he knows that we are all aligned when it comes to renewable energy and renewable energy integration. How we get there? We may have differences of opinion, but differences of opinion happen all the time. A man and his wife differ sometimes on the color of the paint of the house, but you come to an agreement. I was surprised when I saw this, Madam Speaker, because I know we got along well. And we'd have conversations even though he had crossed to the other side, Madam Speaker, to the great beyond. We still got along well. And when he saw that I didn't respond on Facebook, I contacted him privately, Madam Speaker. Privately. Because I wanted to give him that respect to contact him privately, not go on Facebook and argue with the member. And the member went on radio and spoke about me contacting him privately. We had a news cycle for a few days. I said, you know what? No more privacy then. No more privately contacting. Since that's the attitude, man say he used to look up to me, but he found out that I'm nothing but a bad man. A bad man. Hey, don't call me bad now. We got secrets to each other. All right, and I ain't married. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Stick to the business at hand.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Please
no problem.
don't stray.
And Madam Speaker, so the reality is we all wanted more in terms of getting that bad legislation that we found ourselves in. But you know what that gutting of that legislation will cause? The gutting of that legislation will cause an increase in the rate from 13%. We cannot afford that, Madam Speaker. We have to be very careful. This is a delicate balancing act, Madam Speaker, between meeting our obligations and those obligations that oblige us to do what we're doing and providing relief to the people. And I want to guarantee you this, Madam Speaker. elections is never guaranteed. You never know what's going to happen in an election, Madam Speaker. 2025, June 2025, Madam Speaker. And the day after June 2025, Madam Speaker, when the Anguilla United Front, under the leadership of Premier Shelley Rogers Webster, comes to office with Minister Kyle Hodge as the Minister of Finance, I want to make a public pledge right here that they do not repeal the GST. I guarantee you. So when he talks about silly political appeasement, similar to the promise to repeal the interim stabilization levy, the same promise will be made. But I know Premier Shelley Rogers Webster is not promising to repeal no GST. Neither is Deputy Leader Cardigan Connor. Neither is Single Island member Mr. Jose Van Der Poel, who really should be the leader, but be that as it may, Shelley will be the premier. And neither is Cora Richardson Hodge. The only member is calling for the appeal is Mr. Kyle Hodge. So when he comes to government as a Minister of Finance in 2025 of the Anguilla United Front administration, you think it's going to be repealed? You think when he goes down to Old Terre with the memo written by his permanent secretary to repeal the GST, that is going to pass through Executive Council? And if it passes through Executive Council, do you think the governor at the time will give you, not you, sorry, the Speaker would give the Speaker, Mr. Curtis Richardson, the approval to bring it to House? And if it is brought to the House against the suggestion by the governor at the time in approving the House of Assembly, do you think that when Curtis Richardson has sent to it in the House and sent it down to Voltaire, it will be approved? No. So we need to stop playing these silly political games. The problem is, Madam Speaker, we like to say things that sounds good. And that's all well and good. But when the rubber hits the road, you have to face the reality that debt amortization in 2025 is going to be $42 million, Madam Speaker. You have to face the reality that there are so many unforeseen circumstances, Madam Speaker. But the debt amortization has to take precedence, Madam Speaker. And this administration, to borrow a term from my good friend Curtis Richardson, this administration is doing a good work. I wouldn't say it can't come down, because that depends on the people. But it's doing a good work, Madam Speaker. Because these costs of living it's good stuff for the people of Anguilla. The lunch program at the schools, it's good stuff. The redevelopment of the Valley Main Road is good stuff. The new airport road is good stuff. And Madam Speaker, we're going to do a new airport. Can you believe that? And you know what? None of these ideas were ours. None. But decades and decades of great ideas stood languishing, Madam Speaker. And this administration come in and doing so much good work that they believe that we could do everything. 50 years of complacency. We could do it all in one administration, Madam Speaker. And guess what? We believe we could do it too, you know, because we're working hard every day to get it done. Madam Speaker, when we were out of office, we opposed the relocation of the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School. I believe it then, and I believe it now. It was a bad decision then, and it's a bad decision now. And that bad decision then is impacting us now. The people of Anguilla now have to find the money to finish it. And where does that money come from, Madam Speaker? I look at my backyard, my money tree ain't start bearing yet. Okay? Where does the money come from? It was a bad decision. We said it was a bad decision, but not only us. The capable team at the Ministry of Infrastructure believed it was a bad decision, and they made recommendations and suggestions not to do it. And the member for Sandy Hill said, we're going to still do it. And look, we're paying the cost today, Madam Speaker. Similarly, we're putting money today, Madam Speaker, into Sandy Ground. We believe it was a bad decision then, and we believe it's a bad decision now. I oppose the notion of building a new port facility in Sandy Ground. I put it on record long before it started in September of 2017. June, just after Hurricane Irma, they erected signs on the top of the hill going down to Sandy Ground by the roundabout on the right-hand side. And I saw the sign, and I said it was a bad idea. The Anguilla United Front in 2019 hired a company called Jacobs Consultancy, Madam Speaker, to come up with the best options for Deepwater Harbor. And they did extensive work. And that came back that corridor was the best site for industrial site in the Deepwater Harbor. They abandoned their own plan and went to Sandy Ground and made it clear it was a bad idea. And it's a bad idea today. Because yes, we get a dock, but can big ships come into that dock? Big ships can't come into that dock. When we decide to move forward with the airport, we have to bring in the aggregate. And the aggregate got to stay out there in the deep water and transfer the aggregate from one ship to a barge to be able to come into Anguilla. Does that make sense with a new port facility? But the British government will give you money, you know. They will give you money. They will make their opinions known, but at the end of the day, they're going to say, you know what, it's your decision to make. That's what they're going to say. You have to live with the decision. And we got to live with that decision for the next 50 plus years, because I asked the contractors, how long will it last? And it says 50 years. I'm 51, so I don't think I'm going to be here to see it. Sorry, I shouldn't say I don't think. I know I won't be here when that expires. But then you have the dock in the water, and then you have no complementary support services on shore. You drive off the dock onto the sand, old warehouse there. So it have to be built. So where does that money come from? Tens of millions of dollars now to build a proper port facility in a bad site. That we had to dredge the sand, destroying a beach that could have created so much opportunity, economic opportunity, tourism products in Sandy Ground, Madam Speaker. That same organization, talk about structure, the single island wide member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, talk about the structure of that organization. That same organization secretly approved a definitive agreement for Marina and Sandy Ground, Madam Speaker, that we found out about only after coming to office, and we brought it to the people of Sandy Ground in particular, and to the people of Anguilla in general, Madam Speaker. And Ms. Cora Richardson Hodge, on the anniversary, the first anniversary of our administration, she said that Mr. Banks in his wisdom knew that Anguilla program projects were coming to an end, so he was creating something to continue the construction sector. But if that is the case, tell us no. Leave us know. But you believe in transparency, but you're joining a secret organization. But Madam Speaker, that's not the only situation. For years, we've been saying to the people of Anguilla that when we come to office, we're going to get the banking report, the banking resolution, and give it to the people. We said it over and over and over again. And coming to office, for the first time, we realized that we couldn't even see it. Can't even get a glimpse of it. So how you give something to people that they don't have a glimpse of, and they put legislation in place to prohibit us from giving it to the people? But did that secret organization ever say anything? No, they didn't. They never said, you can't give it to the people. Secret organization. You know, some people say to me, you know, Mr. Banks would have implemented this GST and I wouldn't even know. That's the way you gotta do things. Don't leave the people know. But no, we believe that the people have the handle and we have the blade. And we're responsible and accountable to the people. So join that secret organization. Can't wait till Max actually to resign. Anyway, they have to deal with that. And Madam Speaker, I want to say something here. Because you talk about Anglican, we must have humility. We have no problem with meeting with Anglic. We have met with Anglic several times. We had requested so many meetings with Anglic, right, that the chairman used to refuse. Mr. Patrick Martin said, I ain't meeting with them. Said it. I meet with them. So what do you want us to do? We begging like dogs. We place them on the boat, you know. Somebody say, put somebody on the boat to whip you. Don't use that language, Madam Speaker. But that is facts, just the facts. Put him on a boat to whip my backside. That's fine. He's from District 6, and we give licks in District 6, so if he gives me licks, that's fine. But Madam Speaker, I'm going to say something here that may shock you. Thank God for Harold Uwan. Thank God for Harold Uwan, Madam Speaker. Because without Harold Uwan, the same Anglican that they're jumping up on, wouldn't have it to talk about. Because it was Harold Uwan who prevented them from selling Anglican, Madam Speaker. Same Harold Uwan. He may cuss me out, but that's all right. I'll give jacket, and he don't have to accept the jacket. Because, Madam Speaker, it was on October the 17th, 2000. Sorry, I have the wrong date, Madam Speaker. It was August of 2017. The government of Anguilla on its website, www.gov.ai/Anglic shares/ announced a prospectus for the sale of Anglic, Madam Speaker. And in that prospectus, they hope to raise some $27,167,546, Madam Speaker, by selling the shares, the government of Anguilla shares, Madam Speaker. And the share offering would have been at $5.86 EC a share, Madam Speaker. And the prospectus was filed and approved by the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission in Bastia, St. Kitts, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, lo and behold, in September of 2017, Hurricane Irma hit, slammed us, destroyed homes, businesses, public utilities, and even one unfortunate soul lost his life. And may he continue to rest in peace, Madam Speaker. We haven't had a loss in life in hurricane since Hurricane Donna of September 1960, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we lost 7 souls at that time, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, coming out of that, on October the 24th, 2017, the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development, and Tourism, Madam Speaker, announced that the prospectus, the 4,636,100 ordinary shares, and the share offering was suspended until further notice, Madam Speaker. But this share offering, this money was going to a sinking fund to deal with things like the amortization of debt, Madam Speaker, selling off Anglic to pay debt. And it also made up part of the medium-term and economic fiscal plan that was approved jointly by the government of Anguilla at the time, the Anguilla United Front, and Her Majesty's government at the Foreign Development Office, Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, Madam Speaker, FCDO. And Madam Speaker, on coming to office, we said we cannot go along with that. And to the credit of Governor Tim Foy and the FCDO, they agreed for us to remove that sale of Anglic, Madam Speaker. But if that sale of Anglic had gone through, if Harold Warren did not sacrifice his board governance and the ability to serve like that, Madam Speaker, if he did not do that, Madam Speaker, Anglic would have been sold. And today, the company that would have owned Anglic would have been able to dictate the fuel surcharge to the people of Anguilla. And they would have been purely for profit, because government of Anguilla only have the ability to regulate the rate, but not the fuel surcharge. So we probably would have been paying exactly what Sutcliffe Hodge and the board of directors now want to take us to, $1.02 per kilowatt hour, even more, Madam Speaker, for a foreign-owned entity. And that leads us to this, because it has been said that Anglic is on a strong financial footing, Madam Speaker, by the CEO and the chairman on Class FM, Madam Speaker. They said that. They said that. And the single Isle of Wight member, Mr. Kyle Hart, said that he has seen Anglic's plan on their Facebook page. Where is the government's plan for renewable energy? Madam Speaker, all you got to do is go on their Facebook page. And Madam Speaker, knowing me, I went on their Facebook page to see if I could read this plan. But this plan reminds me of the Emperor's New Clothes, Madam Speaker. It's a phantom, Madam Speaker. But based on what has been said, the plan is to include initial offering of 8 megawatts of solar energy, Madam Speaker, and phase it in over time, borrowing money from the Caribbean Development Bank, which is all fine and dandy. So you borrow tens of millions of dollars from the Caribbean Development Bank to install the 8 megawatts of solar energy, to provide that to the utility company, taking on the liability and the risk of a hurricane. Wait a minute. Didn't we have a hurricane in September of 2017 that destroyed 1 megawatt of solar energy in the Carito area? How quickly was that restored? Do we know, Madam Speaker? Be that as it may, 8 megawatts, which means a tremendous amount of land space that Anglic now has to own. But a couple things here. When they go to the Caribbean Development Bank, they have to show how they will pay this loan back. So they got to pay the loan. They got to keep these generators running. So they got to buy fuel from Delta Sol or whoever, right? So they got to pay the loan, the amortization of the debt, and they got to pay fuel. So how much do you think the people of Anguilla will have to pay for electricity, Madam Speaker? Well, now you got to pay principal and interest plus fuel. That is the elephant in the room. How much do you think you'll pay? What is the cost? So I want to read the plan. How much do you expect to pay, paying debt over whatever period it is, whether it's 10 years, 15 years, 25 years, or 30 years? Because you're doing a phased approach. You do 8 here, and then you do 8 later. Plus you pay for fuel. We will be held holding the bag, Madam Speaker. And meanwhile, Zeme Beach is putting in 2.5 acres of solar. Aurora already have 1.5 megawatts and looking to put in another megawatts. Frangipane, 4 Seasons. So the people of Anguilla now have to pay more, because Anglic have to continue to provide electricity, but the big companies that are purchasing the bulk of the fuel, a bulk of the electricity, are now off-grid. So how much do I pay? How much does Tropical Treats pay? How much does Dungeon Gym pay? How much does the little old retired lady who may or may not have a pension pay? Because Anglic still have to remain viable, still have to have their margins and ensure to pay amortization over the period of the time of the debt that they're accruing based on the loan that they are taking from the Caribbean Development Bank, plus fuel. These are real questions, Madam Speaker. So here's the government of Anguilla plan, 100% renewable energy. End of story. 100% renewable energy. So how do we get 100% renewable energy, Madam Speaker? Between the government of Anguilla and Anglic, we put out a RFP, a request for proposal. And in that request for proposal, we stipulate the terms. And reputable companies will then bid on that. And the due diligence will happen. The due diligence will not only happen by the government of Anguilla, but the due diligence will also happen by the British government, because the British government have a vested interest to ensure that no Russian-owned companies or affiliated companies and the benevolent ownership of these companies are above board, Madam Speaker. So rigorous due diligence, Madam Speaker. So all the BS that you hear on Class FM, Fox News, talking about the premier owned companies, these renewable energy companies, is exactly what I said it is, Madam Speaker. Because if that was the case, he'd be locked up, sitting down in Kumbaya with Mr. Fai of BVI, Madam Speaker. The ridiculousness of it all, Madam Speaker. If it wasn't serious, you would laugh at it. So the government of Anguilla's plan is 100% renewable energy, and we can get there. We can truly get there with full transparency, Madam Speaker, because the political directorate in this administration do not get involved in who get contracts, who is given anything, because it goes through something called the procurement exercise. Because during the time of the administration of Hubert Benjamin Hughes, a piece of legislation was brought to this House and passed called the Framework for Fiscal Responsibility and Development Act, Madam Speaker. The procurement legislation, which we call tender documents, that's a rigorous exercise that no member of the political directorate is party to. There's a procurement, there's the evaluation committee, there's the procurement officer, there's a number of layers, Madam Speaker. And if it is a foreign entity, there's even further due diligence. But we can get there. And if we have 100% renewable energy, the fact that the government of Anguilla have the power and authority to regulate the rate can be fixed and policed through the Public Utilities Commission. And there's no need for a fuel surcharge. There's no need for the fuel surcharge to have its peaks and valleys based on global norms in OPEC countries, holding these countries as hostages and increasing their profit margins, Madam Speaker. It'll be fixed. And the people of Anguilla can budget properly, businesses can budget properly, because they know that the electricity bill is going to be fixed. The only variable is whether you use more or less. But the price per kilowatt hour will be fixed, and we can get there. We've been talking about it for too long. And we're saying, oh, but we want to own the plant to produce electricity. It's all fine and well to own it, Madam Speaker. We're all for ownership. But we must have the ability to own, Madam Speaker. We must have the ability to own. And that is important when we're talking about owning, Madam Speaker. The member for Valley North, she said, and we don't always agree, but she said, and she was quoting my former school teacher, Mr. Bernard Watley. She said, there are a lot of things that we want locally, but we have not seriously considered the implications. We want the 13,000 of us, most of us who are tax averse, but we want, truer words have not been spoken. Those are the words of the member for Valley North, Madam Speaker. She said it on Facebook, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we agree. Truer words have not been spoken. It's okay to want. But you have to be in a position to manage it, Madam Speaker. Because, Madam Speaker, we own the plant. The plant, for whatever reason happened, it may put up on a NICA, NBA, CCB, or one of those things along the way, and electricity cannot be produced. What do we do in a situation like that, Madam Speaker? What do we do? I have all confidence that the people of Anguilla can do it, Madam Speaker. I have all confidence. But change can't wait, Madam Speaker. We cannot wait until 2025 or 2026. The people of Anguilla want relief and they want it now. And the people of Anguilla can have that relief and have it now. I remember my father. My father saying that Anguilla have a local mafia. He said it. And it came to pass that his words were true. There's a certain local mafia that wants to control everything. I hear them talking about special purpose vehicle through ASPA some time ago. My good friend Curtis Richardson said he was speaking about the special purpose vehicle under ASPA. And he said the baby wanted to be bigger than the mother. But that notion of special purpose vehicle is not new. When Hubert Benjamin Hughes was the chief minister from 1994 to 1999, he spoke often of these people trying to create a special purpose vehicle for the local mafia, Madam Speaker. And that's not new. In 1969, the British government invaded Anguilla because there was notions that there was a mafia running the country after Anguilla had had a referendum for independence from the British government that only 5 people voted against and over 1,700 people voted for. You ever wonder how certain lands end up and keys end up where they end up? It's another story that we can't speak about. As Kenneth Rejack said, we can't say these things because those people are still around. And if you want to know who Kenneth Rejack is, and I'll say this to Jose because I know he takes my recommendations. He wrote 2 books, Confessions of a Money Launderer and The Laundryman. And Anguilla is featured heavily in that, Madam Speaker. Heavily! In that book, he said Anguilla had the only shopping center in the world with nothing to sell. He's still around. He gave an interview to one Mr. Keith Stone Graves in 2014, Madam Speaker. 2019. He's still around. He writes articles, he has his blog spot, and he works for the United States government. These are facts, Madam Speaker. Just the facts. And if you read that book, you'll be fascinated to see what institutions were built here in Rainbow City, Madam Speaker. So here it is. Energy. Who got the power? The energy is where the power is. This is a power play, Madam Speaker. This isn't about the people of Anguilla. This is a power play. A small clique, as Hubert Benjamin Hughes will call them, making a power play. But it ain't gonna happen, Madam Speaker. Because the only thing that's gonna happen under this administration is what is good for the people of Anguilla. What is good for the people of Anguilla. And at the end of this exercise, I want the single island white member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, sit with the CEO and the board of Anglic, because he seemed to have the in, Madam Speaker, and ask them what will be the price to pay with the present plan that has been articulated. I want to be able to read the plan. I want to be able to go on Facebook and read the plan, or on their website and read the plan. And on recommendation of Mr. Kyle Hodge, I went and I couldn't find the plan anywhere, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I can tell you that there's a lot of work to be done. A lot of work have been done. And every single day, we think about the people of Anguilla and how we can make things better. Madam Speaker, this cost of living support, Madam Speaker, is being financed by the people of Anguilla, you know. is being financed by the taxpayers of Anguilla. It's the first time, Madam Speaker, a government have come to office. Inflation are not, taxes are not, have come to this house multiple times, giving relief and further relief to the people of Anguilla, financed by the people of Anguilla. They have never gotten anything back. They pay and pay and pay and pay, never got anything back. Even as it relates to Anglic. The first, how much kilowatt hours again? 130 kilowatt hours, tax-free. In the past, you had to pay the environmental levy on that. But now you don't have to pay. So those most vulnerable people don't have to pay. We have come to this house and ensured that hybrid vehicles and electric vehicles, when you show up at the port, you don't have to pay duties on them, Madam Speaker. This administration did that. And I heard the single island-wide member, Mr. Kyle Hart, say that we continuing what the United Front left off. Yeah, we had to continue the WAF in the high school. And we had to continue with GST. Forget that part. He didn't mention that part. But I can say this, Madam Speaker, because I hear them saying that how they're the reasons why American Airlines come to Anguilla. Mr. Curtis Richardson had said he only spoke about JetBlue, so American Airlines would get jealous and beat JetBlue to it. And Madam Speaker, I want to challenge Ms. Shelley Rogers Webster, this member for Valley North. I want to challenge Mr. Cardigan Connor, the member for West End, Madam Speaker, to show us one piece of communication that they had with the executive member of JetBlue or American Airlines. I have their WhatsApp number, I have the numbers on my phone, and I can show you. That's the difference. I challenge them, Madam Speaker.
Member.
I challenge them to show one piece of correspondence via email, WhatsApp, that they have with any executive.
Not just email, but promising to come to
Madam Speaker, of American Airlines, JetBlue, Austrian Air, Copa Airlines, Delta Airlines, even Panama. Madam Speaker, Continental, Madam Speaker. It doesn't exist. You know what exists though? The same members that I just spoke about jetting off to Thailand, Madam Speaker. Jetting off to Thailand to have a good time. That's what you went off to Thailand for, to have a good time, Madam Speaker. Not only them, the chair of the Anguilla Tourist Board at the time, Ms. Donna Banks, one other member at least, Ms. Mona Sasso, Sean Richard was there too, Timothy Hodge was there, all off in Thailand said they're cheerleading for Ms. Deanne Kentish Rogers. Well, Madam Speaker, we are all cheerleading. We were all here in Anguilla cheerleading. First and only time I ever watched Miss Universe in my life was then. I dropped everything. Similar when I see Zanel, or Shara, or when Omari played, or Jamal played. I love that stuff. To see Anguillians representing across the globe, Madam Speaker. Cough, gums. You know, we all love that. It doesn't matter the side of the divide you have. But just after Thailand, Madam Speaker, and a member for West End was a parliamentary secretary for tourism. He knows this. And there was a meeting set up with tourism officials in Thailand, Madam Speaker. And they were supposed to have a meeting, Madam Speaker. He was there, he was ready. But the chair of the tourist board at the time said she was too tired, she couldn't make it. Jet off to Thailand, you know, Madam Speaker? Thailand in Miami, where you could catch a direct flight, thanks to this administration, to Miami. Thailand is on the other side of the world. Taxpayers' money. And the member for West End, He drives around a white van with a bumper sticker on the back says referendum first. That came because Hubert Hughes supported the idea of independence. But that van always worked. But even though that van worked, he drove around in a rental car post-Hurricane Irma at tremendous cost to the taxpayers, Madam Speaker. This is the type of fiscal responsibility of why we are here today. They can't absolve themselves from those facts, Madam Speaker. The budget for travel in 2016 doubled from the previous year, Madam Speaker. Doubled. I'm not saying that there isn't necessary travel. I'm not saying that. There is necessary travel. And I don't look at a member for Valenard as a fiscally irresponsible person. I don't. But I'm just presenting the facts, Madam Speaker. And the member for West End, he just follow whatever Donna tell him to do, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, these are the type of decisions. I was a parliamentary secretary tourism too, Madam Speaker. And in the 5 years as parliamentary secretary, I never jet off to England. Because our representative at the time, Ms. Carolyn Brown, said that it wasn't necessary to incur the cost of flying to England when such a minuscule slither of our tourism arrivals came from England. We can do things other ways, right? And it made sense. But the member for West End, even if the money wasn't in the travel vote, he was still going to England. Because on the eve of Brexit, the member for West End, Mr. Cardigan Connor, the member for Sandy Hill, Ms. Cora Richardson Hodge, and the former member for Valenard, Mr. Evan McNeil Rogers, jumped on a plane and went off to England, Madam Speaker, presumably to look at the ramifications of Brexit, the vote that was happening the next year, Madam Speaker, presumably. And it doesn't matter what they went to do, Madam Speaker. The fact that 3 elected members, even with the annual joint ministerial meetings, you don't say 3 and 4 members of this administration jetting off, Madam Speaker. You don't see us bringing in some high expensive shopper, Madam Speaker. We use a permanent secretary as a shopper, just as Hubert Hughes used a permanent secretary as a shopper, but they use Fritz Smith as a shopper for those 5 years, and a big contingent jet off, Madam Speaker. At a cost to the people of Anguilla, first class only. I didn't even know what first class looked like other than passing through them. Passing, walking by, and saying, boy, one of these years before I kick the bucket, I would like to sit down in first class. You know, aspirational, Madam Speaker. You know, it's just something I aspire one day to be able to do. But, Madam Speaker, we got to understand how we got here. I don't mean to ruffle in the feathers, Madam Speaker, but it's just the facts. Cardigan is my cousin. You know, he doesn't have a bald head for no reason, Madam Speaker. It's just genes, you know. And Ms. Rogers-Webster, we get along very well. Very, very well, Madam Speaker. Extremely well, I may say. And Jose, that's my boy. You know, he can dive, I can swim. And there are certain things that we agree on, a lot of things we agree on. Kyle used to be my boy, but he took a adversarial approach, and I just have to bring the facts, laid out as it is. But Madam Speaker, this administration have done so much work, Madam Speaker. And if we have to go line by line over the 2 years, not even 2.5 years, over the 2 years, you'd be amazed. A global pandemic. We came in a global pandemic where the country was shut down, Madam Speaker. And the Premier said in the second rendering of the Executive Council to the health team, we have to open this country, open this economy. We must do what? Increase our appetite for risk, Madam Speaker. We cannot stay locked down. We cannot have the people just surviving on $1,000 a month EC, Madam Speaker. We have to get there. And he tasked the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary at the time, Ms. Quincy Gomes Marie, and I, to work together with his ministry to find a way to open this country, Madam Speaker. And we took on the recommendations of so many, Madam Speaker. It wasn't just us, Madam Speaker. It was so many villa operators, hoteliers, citizens, ordinary citizens who brought their ideas, Madam Speaker. And we took those ideas. Those are our advisors, the ordinary citizens of this country, not some little think tank in a dark, dingy hole. Oh, think tank. A gentleman recently approached this administration and said to us, the one thing that we realize about this government is that ultimately the elected officials make the decisions, not some think tank in a musty old hole mafia den somewhere out in Stony Ground, Madam Speaker. No, the Islamite member, Mr. Kyle Hart, said you need a think tank. But our think tank is the people of Anguilla. Wherever you go to the grocery store, you go to the bank, people come to you with your ideas, and you say, wow, that's a great idea. Let's see how we can move it forward. No, nothing that you see that we have done, Madam Speaker, was an original idea, Madam Speaker. It was one, the Honorable Albina Lake Hodge, who was the Minister of Social Development and Infrastructure in the administration of Sir Emile Gomes, who in 1984, prior to her passing, wrote a joint letter to the government of Taiwan which states, we are a small island on the threshold of independence. Pre-independence infrastructure is needed, namely an international airport. 1984. And prior to then, the father of the nation, Mr. James Ronald Webster, in 1976, when he came to office, his thrust was to develop an airport either in Birmingham or on Scrub, Madam Speaker. And even prior to him, one Mr. Robert Llewellyn Bradshaw, the Chief Minister of the Federation, Madam Speaker, said that he wants to take Anguilla to be a high-end tourism destination with the airport in commensurate infrastructure, Madam Speaker. A lot of people don't know that, but I listened to the recordings. You can find those recordings, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, so the idea to develop the airport is not a new idea. It's not an idea by this administration. We're not taking credit for it. But you know what we're taking credit for? Making it happen. Making the vision of James Ronald Webster happen. Making the vision of Miss Albina Lake Hodge happen. Making the idea of Sir Emile Gomes happen. Carrying through the promise of Mr. Hubert Hughes happen. And even of Mr. Curtis Richardson. And I'm going to give him some credit too. Because if it's one person in the Anguilla United Front administration who believed that we should have an international airport that can facilitate commercial activity, was Curtis Richardson, not Mr. Banks, because he didn't think that was necessary. Not Mr. Fleming, because he said it was not necessary. Because in 2000, on coming to office, they abandoned the plan that was left by Mr. Hubert Benjamin Hughes with the French consortium to build the airport in Birmingham that was started by James Ronald Webster in 1976, and said we're going to develop the Clayton J. Lloyd International Site that brought with us a 20-year protracted case, Madam Speaker. These are the truths. And only eventually, around 2017, when Mr. Banks and the rest of the administration came round to the idea of Curtis Richardson, but Curtis Richardson grew up in AUM. So he knew where he wanted to go. He just happened to join the front as a matter of convenience. But that wasn't his home. And they came around to that thinking, Madam Speaker. So the idea to develop the airport and all of the work that you've seen going on at the airport, Madam Speaker, is not our idea. But we're making it happen. The Valley Main Road, Madam Speaker. For decades, I met an old man standing by the road when we were digging up the road over by the Anglican Cathedral. And he was standing there, and I went across the street, and he was just standing, staring. And I said, hey, how are you doing? And he said to me, when he was in school, primary school, he heard about them politicians talking about redeveloping this road. And he never thought that he would live to see it happen, Madam Speaker. He never thought that he would live to see it happen. It was never our idea, Madam Speaker. It was Kenneth Harrigan who hired a company under a guy named Terry Brady to develop the Carteret Boulevard, Madam Speaker. Pictures of great, beautiful 4 lanes, 2 lanes going one way, 2 lanes going the other way, beautiful palm trees down the middle, was presented in the Anguillian. Mr. Bancroft Batik was the roads engineer at the time, all of them sitting, and this is our plan, Madam Speaker. When Kenneth Harrigan was the Minister of Infrastructure. And please note, Kenneth Harrigan is no new Minister of Infrastructure. That's a veteran. And whatever you say about him, his contributions is far and wide across the length and breadth of this country, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, he presented that plan for the Carteret Boulevard way back when money was flowing from Sandy Grung, as Edison Beard said, a big pipe leading up to the Treasury. And it never moved forward. It didn't move forward because of 2 reasons. Namely, the political will to get it done. And I say that because on coming to office, I made a statement that before the end of this 5 years, Madam Speaker, we will redevelop the Valley Main Road, Madam Speaker. And I won't even call it Carteret Boulevard because if you look at the legacy, I think that road name should be changed. So I will call it the Valley Main Road. You got to know your history, Madam Speaker. In the Valley Main Road, Madam Speaker, we said we would do it, Madam Speaker. And when we came to office on the second day and sitting in the chair, I had a meeting with the department and I said we're going to do the Valley Main Road. And there were persons in that room, civil servants, who said, Minister, we hear a lot before you said it. I said, I don't care what they say. Just tell me how we can get there. And we had to start from scratch. We had to move monies around to be able to put out a tender for the surveying and the design of the Valley Main Road, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, thank God for the premier that we have today. Because I heard Curtis Richardson said in this House of Assembly begging for Chief Minister and Minister of Finance Victor Banks to put at least $1 in the budget for infrastructure and he will find the rest, Madam Speaker. But I never had to beg the Honorable Premier, Dr. Ellis Lorenzo Webster, for $1 to be put in the budget. Because that Premier, every initiative that we have gone to him for, he has never once said no. He has always said, let's see how we're going to get it done. And he jumped over on the other side. See how he maneuver through this organization he joined in. Never once, Madam Speaker, he has said no. Because without him, the Valley Main Road would not be done. And Madam Speaker, Mr. Harrigan Kenneth came to me and he said, Hayden, you're really going to do the Valley Main Road? I said, I'm going to try. He said, you're really going ahead because you're surveying? I said, yeah. He said, well, you're in trouble now. I said, what do you mean, Kenneth? He said, when I tried, I'm not going to talk like he does. When I tried, the issues of the trees, the issues of land, the issues of the tower by the Anglican Church, and also the issues of persons who have long laid came up. And that's why we couldn't move forward. How you can get it done? I say we will get it done. And Madam Speaker, through the support of the governor and Dr. Ellis Lorenzo Webster, in May of 2011, 2021, Her Excellency the Governor said to me that the funding has been secured, but there's a long road to get there, Madam Speaker. We did all of the work. We did the surveying, we did the design. My family even gave up land for it, free of cost. My family, meaning myself, my brother, and my mother, gave up land free of cost, no compensation for the development of the Valley Main Road. And also Mr. David Lloyd gave up land free of charge for the development of that Valley Main Road. All right? And Madam Speaker, money was approved, But we had to get there. We had to develop a business case and all of these things. When I announced it, all hell broke loose, to use a colloquial term that is usually used around Anguilla. Because in the development of the plan and in the realignment of the road, we had to remove some trees. We had no choice, Madam Speaker. I begged for those trees as if they were my own children. I love trees. If you ever pass by my property, you can't even see it, my house. So much trees. I always in the dirt, digging. That's a fact, every single day, 7 days a week. That's my therapy. I love trees. And I remember those tamarind trees, especially the one over at the roundabout next to the Webster's Park, because there was a place there called Yabba Pot, owned by I forgot his name, Rasta. Plays drums now. But anyway, Yabba Pot, when I was going to school, used to make the best shakes, Madam Speaker. Best Ital food. We used to go down there for lunch, and he's always treat us well. So he had a lot of, and those trees were there for a long time. So we begged for the trees, but there was no way to avoid the list of liabilities. And people were raging, and Kenneth said to me, see what I told you? But it's done, Madam Speaker. The airport road, Madam Speaker, I stood there one day with the contractors, Mr. Power Hughes and other contractors, and I stood there one afternoon, and I saw a truck with some tables driving up, and it was like this, and the table slid off and fell on a bonnet on a vehicle behind. The same afternoon, I saw a truck carrying water on the side of the road. The water fell off, Madam Speaker. Said this have to be done. We got to fix this. And it was done. It was done. And I'm sure I didn't have that awakening then. I'm sure before it was other people's ideas to get it done. It was done. The idea of the George Hill bypass on 4 o'clock in the afternoon, especially around lunchtime, the traffic will be backed up all the way to the runabout at the airport, Madam Speaker. In one, Mr. Ronnie Fleming, he's now a retired police officer, almost 20 years ago, Madam Speaker, suggested the idea of that bypass to successive administrations over and over. And even Mr. Curtis Richardson spoke about the bypass. Everybody talk about it. But it's only one administration that got it done. As the Bible would so, and so it was done, Madam Speaker. Let there be light, and there was light. Let there be the Valley Main Road, and there was the Valley Main Road. Let there be the George Hill bypass, and there will be the George Hill bypass. And Madam Speaker, when we came to office, the airport was in trouble. The airport had become slick. Only one? Only one? The airport had become slick. The airport had become slick, Madam Speaker. And we were in trouble. And we had to appeal and work to ensure that we had the funding to resurface the airport, Madam Speaker. Because without the resurfacing of the airport, Madam Speaker, there will be no American Airlines. There will be no American Airlines today, Madam Speaker. And, Madam Speaker, in January, this week, look out for a big announcement on the airport, Madam Speaker. This week. Today's Tuesday. This week, look out for a big announcement on the airport. And in January, Madam Speaker, by the second week in January, you'll see a lot of activity going on at the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport. As we move forward, continue the first phase of the development, the redevelopment of the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport. We have come up with a 20-year master plan for that airport, Madam Speaker. And that master plan, that 20-year master plan, will be done. Well, so long as this administration is in office, because once the front comes to office, they always change course. But that 20-year master plan will be started, not started, it's already started, but you'll see a ramp up of that in January of 2023, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, there's so much that this administration have done. So much, and we could do more. If people would stop throwing boulders in the roads when we go to fix them. But we could do more, Madam Speaker. And today you will see some of that more that we'll be doing. not only in this cost of living support, but in other things that we are doing, Madam Speaker. Legislative things, regulatory things, Madam Speaker. And we hope that hopefully in the future, in the very near future, we can ramp up the drafts persons at the Attorney General's chambers. Because if that is done, so much more, Madam Speaker, will be done. And Madam Speaker, in a few short months, you will see in Blowing Point the commencement of a modern, covered, multi-purpose sports facility in Blowing Point, Madam Speaker. That's not pie in the sky, it's not an empty promise. It will be done starting in January of 2023, Madam Speaker. That's just part, a little peek in what will be done, Madam Speaker. A lot more to be done. And Madam Speaker, the honorable member for Valley North, have put a timeline in place on me and my ministry for the development of 2 facilities, Madam Speaker. One, a new Lansam Bowl Cultural Center that will rival any in the Caribbean. So get ready, we'll consult with everybody on that. I know there are some cultural people on the other side as well. We'll have good consultation on that. You'll get the first drawings very shortly, so you can look at what we're working with. We'll be consulting with all of our cultural people, young and old, across the island, in that once we have the first rendering completed, Madam Speaker. And also a cafeteria for the Valley Primary School, Madam Speaker. Because the largest school in Anguilla, Valley South, the largest primary school in Anguilla, Madam Speaker, was not taken care of in the way it should have been taken care of, even through the Anguilla program. So the people of Anguilla will have to finance those initiatives. And Madam Speaker, the single Isle-wide member, the Minister of Sustainability, listen, hard worker. I'm her sidekick. She tell me what to do and I follow instructions, Madam Speaker. You'll see what the things that she will be bringing forward in terms of food security. Not talk, Madam Speaker, because a lot of people talk, but walk in the walk, Madam Speaker. Walk in the walk and finishing the task at hand. Like I said, no new ideas, but a follow through to ensure that the legacy that this administration will leave will be a legacy that change work for the people. And across this island, Madam Speaker, regardless of what they say on Fox News, Madam Speaker, people come up to me and say, change work for me. Change work for me. In very short, Madam Speaker, we will be unveiling and cutting the ribbon on the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal, Madam Speaker. And I want to say this right here, right now, because if it's one project in the Anguilla program that was lost, and that was the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal, Madam Speaker, because the Anguillan Mafia wanted to work with a foreign entity to own the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal. Don't worry, none of the people over on that side have anything to do with it. But people affiliated with them had to do with it. The think tank was running it, Madam Speaker. We lost it. We lost it, Madam Speaker. And thank God for the Honorable Premier. And I don't want to blow my own horn, but I want to blow some people's horns though. Claudius Gomes in the Ministry of Infrastructure, Madam Speaker. I used to hear them talking all kind of things about the people in the Ministry of Infrastructure, Madam Speaker, for years. Talk all kind of things about them. But Lord, I inherited what a beautiful team. I can't thank God enough for Karim Hodge, Fiona Wilkinson, Christine Irish, Kendall Richardson. That's a hard worker, Madam Speaker. Sharma Fleming, Shanice Connor. Madam Speaker, Raul Hazel, may he rest in peace. Travis Carty, Madam Speaker. Lord, Travis dropped my lap, and I am happy to have him, Madam Speaker. What a team. Claudius Gomes. Listen, the Blumby Ferry Terminal should be named the Claudius Gomes Terminal. That story will be told. How we lost it and got it back, Madam Speaker. That story will be told. And I have already started putting the writing, so if anything happened to me, it'll be found, Madam Speaker. Sometimes you gotta watch that think tank and see what you're dealing with, Madam Speaker. And the story will be told. Believe me, as long as God give me life, that story will be told. That beautiful edifice down there on Blowing Point, Madam Speaker, is a sight to behold. And Madam Speaker, that's another problem that we have, Madam Speaker, is bringing people down sometimes because the contractor, Mr. Leroy Gomes, what's the name of the firm again? Leeward's Construction. I challenge any one of them to go and see what he has done down there. LS, Clinton, and the guys, Madam Speaker. Go down there. You could take your arm, Madam Speaker, take off your clothes and run your hand across that wall, and you wouldn't get a bruise. Precision, Madam Speaker. The ability of the Anguillian workmanship. Leroy, if you're listening, you have done a good work, and you cannot come down. I didn't give him the contract. The contract went through the normal due process. I didn't even know about this construction firm. But when people do good work, you have to acknowledge it. And when you go down there, and they have one of the best plumbers the Caribbean has ever seen, Zanka, Vincent Carty of Vinca's Plumbing, Madam Speaker. When you go down there and you see the workmanship, I mean, I go down there and I walk through and I said, if I had the money, I'll travel through this every day once it's finished, Madam Speaker. Just beautiful. It's going to be a sight to behold, and I'm officially welcoming everybody to be attend. And I'm serious. This is a beautiful, 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 and guess what? It didn't fail. Under the management of the Anguilla Progressive Movement, what we start, we finish. It didn't fail, Madam Speaker. And we're doing a supplementary today because there are other things that we are doing down there. A beautiful taxi stand so the taxi drivers can be in comfort, Madam Speaker. Beautiful parking lots, driveways, beautiful landscaping, Madam Speaker. We want this facility to wow you as you enter Anguilla, because as much as we are developing the airport and as much as we have broken every record in terms of passenger movements at the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport this year, the Blowing Point facility is going to remain for the next 100 years an important aspect in our economic survival and economic development. Because, Madam Speaker, how much longer? Maybe another 2 or 3 hours, Madam Speaker.
I have to break the House officially. Okay, because I do not have a deputy today to take over. So I am going to break the House. We're going to go to lunch. Do we need an hour? An hour? Okay, so we will return at 3 o'clock? It's good? It's just over an hour. Yes? So this Honorable House stands adjourned until 3 p.m. Enjoy your lunch, members. Members, and welcome back. The House will now resume its sitting. I trust you had a good lunch. The member for Road South, you may continue with your contribution.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank NATS down there on the Valley Main Road for providing me an energetic lunch. It says a lot about the Anguillan entrepreneurial spirit. Is alive and well as we see so many new businesses popping up. We even see the reinstallment of the beautiful tropical treats up there in Island Harbor in conjunction with the miniature golf. And we urge all persons to support and patronize our local businesses however they can. It also affords us the opportunity to move our tourists across the island from the west side to the east side. And I know as the Honorable Premier continue to work on bringing to fruition the Savannah Bay Style Bay project, it will also bring about much needed foreign capital, foreign direct investment, and more jobs and opportunities, not only to the eastern side of the island, but to Anguilla as a whole. And we all know that these projects take some time to materialize. Case in point, Madam Speaker, the Memorandum of Understanding Agreement was signed between the government of Anguilla and the Altima developers way back in 2006, Madam Speaker, or 2007, if my memory serves me well. And we're still working on the commencement of that project. Sometimes it takes some time, but that won't be the case with the Savannah Bay Style Bay project, or any of the other projects that will be financed by the government and people of Anguilla. And before we went to lunch, I spoke to some of them. And this is how we are giving back, Madam Speaker. It's not only creating legacy projects, Madam Speaker, but also giving back investment by the people of Anguilla in the social development and the social fabric of Anguilla, Madam Speaker. So we are here providing yet another supplementary, Madam Speaker, that takes into consideration the completion of the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal, financed initially by the taxpayers of the United Kingdom and bring it to completion by the taxpayers of Anguilla. And that money could only be funded because of the mechanisms that were put in place to bring about these projects. Same way, Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, for the avoidance of repetition, that just as the electricity bill was on par in 2012 as it is in 2022, in 2012 there was no electricity support come from the government of Anguilla through the Ministry of Finance, and today there is in multiple tranches, Madam Speaker. And I'm sure that electricity support was a welcome to many people across this island, Madam Speaker. Many people across this island welcome it, Madam Speaker. This is something that is unprecedented, never before done in the history of Anguilla. And that is why this administration, this government, is called the Anguilla Progressive Movement, to reflect the progressive nature of the administration, Madam Speaker. And that is why change is working for so many people across this island. And that is why we say we challenge the other side, if and when they do come to office, because no government lasts forever, none. Whether it's Saddam Hussein, Barack Obama, Gaddafi, or Hubert Hughes, or Emil Gumbs, or Dr. Webster, no administration stays in office indefinitely. So it'll be interesting to see what the 2025 election campaign is going to look like, to listen to the promises of repealing and the promises of replacing, taken into the context that we are still a non-self-governing territory. There was a time when they called us a colony, Madam Speaker. And between the time of becoming a colony to a dependent territory to an overseas territory, our constitution have changed little. The only significant change in our constitution is the implementation of 4 at-large seats and the approval to give grandchildren their citizenship, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, like I said before, and I'm going to say again, population census is going to shock a lot of people. I see in certain countries in the world They're giving incentives to families to make more children, Madam Speaker. I believe it's Norway or one of those countries, one of those Baltic states, that is giving fiscal incentives, huge incentives to families who have 4 children or more. Hungary. Thank you. We have a progressive leader who keeps up to date with what is happening in the rest of the world, Madam Speaker. Hungary. And also in Japan, they say by the end of the century, Japan will become a failed state because there's not enough births to keep up with the aging population. And these are the problems which many countries have. You have to increase the population, and that is why the single island-wide member, the Minister of Home Affairs, is working assiduously on ensuring that the population is increased. And we know that we can't have a population increase through birth rates, because if you look around this house, there are very few of us that have produced enough, other than member for the single island member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, and I, and Mr. Hodge, who have produced enough to keep our population rate as its present status. So we have to look at some sort of immigration policies, Madam Speaker, and that means, therefore, that we have to take away the xenophobia that exists among us, Madam Speaker, and ensure that however we move, we have to move to ensure that the demographics is right so that we don't have any social conflict between the people of Anguilla, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, as it relates to this relief, obviously it's being financed through the collection of GST. The GST is financing these cost of living benefits. The GST is financing the completion of campus, the materials for the completion of the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School and the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal. The GST is doing that. The GST is giving $500 to seniors over the age of 69. The GST is giving every consumer, every private consumer, every domestic consumer, electricity relief, Madam Speaker. And we got to this because of what we have done in the past, Madam Speaker. And I won't say any longer, Madam Speaker, because I had a lot of carbs today for lunch. And you know how carbs have an effect on the brain and cause something that we can't use the word in this house, but it causes us to feel a little lethargic. But I want to ensure that we do not forget how we got from that to this, Madam Speaker. Because in 2013, Madam Speaker, after the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union saw the difficulties in which the National Bank of Anguilla was facing, as I said before, and I didn't get a complete, Madam Speaker, they sent in Mr. Andrew Ayton. And Mr. Andrew Ayton came in and he worked hard to get us to change course, Madam Speaker. And as hard as he worked, he was ignored. And on the 1st of May, 2013, he wrote a dossier, Madam Speaker. And in that dossier that he wrote on the 1st of May 2013, he stated, and I quote, "The problems facing the bank have their genesis in the extremely poor governance that has been a consistent feature of its recent history." Poor governance, Madam Speaker. And that poor governance is not only to the bank. We have had poor governance for decades. Poor governance, so much so that in the White Paper Partnership for Prosperity in 1999, that was agreed between the government of Anguilla and the British government, it stipulated a word that was very rarely used before, and that was 2 words: good governance. And over the years, we have asked successive governors, what does good governance mean to you? Because good governance means one thing to one, and good governance means something to the other. Because, Madam Speaker, it was one Mr. Edison Alvear Baird who wrote to the governor of Anguilla in 2001, Madam Speaker, complaining about the fact that the chief minister, the leader of the Anguilla United Front, was the chairman of the board of directors of the Caribbean Commercial Bank. Good governance. Where is the governance? And Madam Speaker, we didn't know until 2013, but the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank also complained about it. And the leader of the front said, if I have to decide between the chief minister's position and the chairman of the bank, I'll choose the chairman of the bank. And everybody backed off. But the governor responded to Mr. Beard. You can Google it and see those responses online, where he said, let me break it down. He didn't see anything wrong with it. He didn't see anything wrong with it. Tell me, how could you not see something wrong with Dr. Ellis Lorenzo Webster being the premier of Anguilla and also the chairman of the board of directors of Anguilla? You don't see anything wrong with that? And I questioned who is now the senior advisor of the Anguilla United Front in 2009. I questioned him on a radio program that he was a guest of mine. And I said to him, I said, Mr. Banks, how is it that you prevailing over all of these conflicts of interest? So many conflicts of interest, where in some instances one person will be serving on 2, 3, 4, 5 boards and have 2 and 3 chairmanships. And Mr. Banks looked at me squarely in the eye and said, Hayden, it's not a conflict of interest, it's a convergence of interest. Semantics, words, language, Madam Speaker. Language. Master's degree in political science. These are the things that prevail, Madam Speaker. The type of corruption that occurred under that administration is clear, Madam Speaker. It's clear. So how can you jump from this to that? We ain't even touched the surface yet, Madam Speaker. We got a few more years to touch the surface. And we're going to touch that surface and uncover it all and reveal it all, Madam Speaker. It ain't start yet. The gloves are off. Bare knuckles, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, he went on and he said, coupled with the highly visible management deficiencies and the lack of leadership, the dismal performance on all fronts is not an unexpected outcome. These aren't my words. The poor governance, Madam Speaker. And you want me to trust that when I flick my switch, it's going to be on? With the poor governance practices? I sat, Madam Speaker, in a meeting with the Honorable Premier and members of the board, and we said to them under the Electricity Act, load shedding to save money is illegal and unlawful. One of the board members turned to us and said, we don't care anything about no law. We got to do what we got to do. Poor governance, even to this day, Madam Speaker. Poor governance. And went ahead in the middle of a press conference and pulled the plug. Petty, childish, poor governance. Now call him out. He's a good friend of the Single Island Wide member, but he was my friend long before he was born, Madam Speaker. And I'm not afraid to say it was poor governance practice. It's my fault, because it was my recommendation to have him appointed to the board. So I take full responsibility for that. And all of us are prone to make mistakes, Madam Speaker. And I've made my share of mistakes and continue to make mistakes. But I try very hard not to make the same mistake twice. And that will not happen twice, Madam Speaker. It will not happen twice. You have a situation, Madam Speaker, where the government of Anguilla submitted names for the Anguilla board. 5 days, okay, 5 days. Supposed to be 7 days. But there are at least 2 members of that board right now that names were submitted 24 hours before the AGM and are sitting on the board. And I'm fine and dandy with it. A lot more is going to be revealed, Madam Speaker. And Andrea Aiton went on. Whilst the unfavorable economic climate post-2008 may well be cited as a significant causal factor of the current state of affairs, the combination of earlier identified fundamental weaknesses would arguably have made such an outcome under any circumstances. So what does that say, Madam Speaker? It said that even though 2008 may have sped up the collapse, the way things were running, it would have happened at some point in time anyway. So we have to take responsibility. We have to take responsibility, Madam Speaker. And as the member for Valenard, the Honorable Shelley Rogers Webster said, and I will quote her, we just want the 13,000 of us, most of us who are tax adverse, but we want. Truer words have not been spoken. It's okay to want. It's okay to be aspirational. It's okay to be ambitious. But there was one Mr. Ice Boy said, don't hang your hat where your hand can't reach. May he rest in peace, Madam Speaker. Don't hang your hat where your hand can't reach. So now on the backs of the people, to increase fuel surcharge, record of 70 cents per kilowatt hour with the hope and ambition and thrust to take it all, $1.02 per kilowatt hour, and maybe more, because now you have to pay for fuel and you have to pay for debt amortization, Madam Speaker. For how much such years, Madam Speaker? We don't know. We don't know. The phantom plan is there to see. We don't know. So we want. But at the end of the day, whatever we want in life, there's a price to pay. I remember some years ago, I was speaking to a gentleman by the name of Robert Johnson, call him Bob. He once owned BET, Madam Speaker. And we were having a conversation. He said to me, and these words never left me. He said, in life, there are no free lunches. You understand? No free lunches. So we believe. And when I hear persons saying, oh, when you go to England, you get free housing, and you get free this, and you get free that, there's nothing that is free. Somebody's paying for it. When I was a kid, we would jump on a boat and go to St. Martin just to pick guavas, Madam Speaker. There was no immigration controls. No immigration here, no immigration there. You go to St. Martin, everything was owned by African descendants of St. Martiners. They were bustling, they were doing things, they were owning things. Then came defiscalization in the 1980s, Madam Speaker, where metropolitan French nationals from France came down to St. Martin, Madam Speaker. And the government of France extended the social welfare benefits to the people of St. Martin. People went from owning to becoming welfare recipients. And if you go to French St. Martin, you see who own everything today, Madam Speaker. You understand what I'm saying? But even though they sign up and line up for CAF, what they call CAF, and the more children you have, the more CAF you get. Even though that is the case, somebody is paying for it. Social Security payments, 33%. Income tax and everything that comes along with it. Somebody is paying for it because there's no free lunches. So don't believe that things fall out of the sky. And we want a lot. There's a lot that we want, and there's a lot that we need. And all of us know who served in government, and every one of us in this room today know that we want things, and we need things. And the needs always supersedes the wants. And then, if you have some disposable income, you may be able to invest in the want. There's so much things that we want. So much legislation that we want. almost 2 years ago, Madam Speaker, I announced that soon we will have new Vehicular and Road Traffic Act regulations, namely child seat regulations, driving under the influence regulations, vanity plate regulations, and seatbelt regulations, and use of cell phone regulations. About 2 years ago, Madam Speaker, announced that. Started the process. And up to now, Madam Speaker, they have not been even taken to the Executive Council. Because as much as I want them and as much as we need them, there's so much demands on the resources that we have. So the Premier got a rash of regulations and legislation. The Minister of Home Affairs, the Minister of Social Development, the Minister of Sustainability, and all of these comes from ideas of the people of Anguilla to move forward with these regulations. But there's so much. The Premier promised on coming to office that he will extend health benefits to people over 70. We went to Executive Council early o'clock with it, Madam Speaker. And they say we have to do an actuary to determine the cost because it has to be what? Funded. It cannot be an unfunded policy. It has to be funded. So where does the funds? So when they on radio said the Premier will renege on his promise, he hasn't. The work is still continuing. And if you look at the medium-term economic and fiscal plan, you'll see the work continues to get to that end. But it must be funded. There's a demand on funds, education. The Minister of Education wants to transform our education system, Madam Speaker. It needs to be transformed, Madam Speaker. My children who do extremely well in school, and I must congratulate my beautiful, intelligent daughter on becoming the prom queen 2022, Madam Speaker. She'll be embarrassed with me saying that. But all I ask for my children to do is make me proud. I must congratulate her. Madam Speaker, if you speak to my children who do extremely well in school, my daughter was valedictorian coming out of primary school, in Eastern Primary School, Morris Vanderpool, and my son was valedictorian coming out of Western Primary School. I produced good, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, they don't even understand why they're going to school to learn the things that they learn in school. How does that apply to their lives, Madam Speaker? When they say they can ask Suri any question, why do they need to memorize these things? Why do they need to know what X plus Y plus V plus mean when they could jump on a calculator? So I totally understand the minister's ambition to transform the education system, Madam Speaker. But the funding to do so and the competing interest for the limited amount of funds. Look at this, right? When I went to primary school, they used to come with a ruler to check the length of your hair. Oh, I know they still used to do that. When I went to road school, come and check the length of your hair, pull your hair to see how long it was, Madam Speaker. Because I guess hair determine whether or not you learn. The progressive minister enacted a hair policy, Madam Speaker, recognizing the issues, Madam Speaker. And across the Caribbean, everybody to this day, when I travel, talk about it. Put pressures on governments as far as Jamaica over that hair policy. Progression, Madam Speaker, progressive. Progressive. Because the length of your hair don't determine your learning. I remember there was a gentleman by the name of Waldemar Brooks, we call him Raspy. Couldn't even get in the public service. That man used to come up to the the Webster's Park, Madam Speaker, on that palm tree to teach us French, Spanish, and to teach us phys ed on his own time. Brilliant man, because he had dreadlocks. There was a time in recent history, you, as a non-national of the BVI, you couldn't even go into the BVI with dreadlocks, Madam Speaker. In recent times, in all of our time, times evolve, but everything comes down to funding. I have a good friend, good friend. We call him Dagi, Madam Speaker. And I know he don't mind me. For years, he lived next to the Lansing Bowl Control Center. For years, he been begging and pleading for a new facility down there. Again, administration after administration after administration come and go. And he's been saying we need to have a new Lansing Bowl Control Center. And I totally support that. And the minister have given me my marching orders. The Honorable Deanne Kentish Rogers have given me my marching orders. And she had made it known that this have to happen. It is important because culture is important. The development of culture is important. And there's a lot of potential because Anguilla, as small as we are some of the most gifted and talented people anywhere. Anywhere when we apply ourselves, Madam Speaker. When I was going to high school, there was a guy by the name of Chedi Richardson. You would see him walking around all day with a piece of wood carving. And you should see the beautiful pieces that he would make, Madam Speaker. And out of those little carvings that he used to do when we were going to school, he'd been able to create his own little empire, Madam Speaker, out of his talents. A small little island like Anguilla produced Shara Proctor. Think about that. Small little island produced Zarnell Hughes, in Hassan Hennis, in Omari Banks, in Jamal Hamilton, Madam Speaker. First time I watched cricket, Madam Speaker, was when Omari made the West Indies side. Never watched it before. I went to play cricket when I was in high school, Madam Speaker. The fella come down with a ball, and they got so scared they ran out of the wicket and never went back. I was a coward. Probably still is. But Madam Speaker, that's the truth. I watched cricket all the time when Omari played. And the first and only time I ever watched a pageant was when the Honorable Deanne Kentish Rogers became Miss Universe Great Britain, Madam Speaker. First time. And I watched every single bit of it, Madam Speaker. And my daughter's mother was a Miss Anguilla. And I didn't even attend that pageant, Madam Speaker. She probably still holds it against me. But you understand what I'm saying, Madam Speaker? But the first time I watched it, because I just love to see Anguillians doing well. I don't care who you are. And one of the things that I admired about the Honorable Deanne Kentish Rogers, as busy as she was, because you would see our little outtakes, if I said, good luck, or send a message, good luck, she would respond, thank you. And I couldn't understand. As busy as she was, she still had the time to say thank you, Madam Speaker. Humility, humble, Anguillian. All those talents, Madam Speaker. Tim Duncan, his DNA is Anguillian. His father's from East End. You know his father, Granville Duncan's uncle. And his mother is Patricia Bryan and their aunt. Both his mother and father are Anguillian. The DNA is there. Granville was an excellent cricketer and sportsman. Ethel, all of them. The DNA is there. But the support and the facilities that we've been yearning for decades is not there. The Honorable Deanne Kentish Rogers, the member for Valley South, Madam Speaker, have been working to ensure that we have a track so that what happened to her won't happen to future athletes, Madam Speaker. Because she was an athlete as well. Injuries took her out. Believe it or not, I was an athlete as well. And at the age of 20, all my hopes and dreams in terms of athletics were thrown out of the door when the doctors stopped me from running. I represented Anguilla well, attending Carifta and all over the place. Even Perrin Bradley won a 400-meter race. And Madam Speaker, the talents. Joe Ash was an athlete too, you know. Maroon House, I believe. Madam Speaker, and Courtney Morton was a cyclist, a really good cyclist. People may not know that, but these are facts. I love sports, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we had athletes like Jimmy, Marshman, Lloyd, one of the best athletes you'll ever see, Springer, First person ever see score over 50 points in a basketball game. Corty Richardson. Great athletes, Raul Hazel, Larry Franklin. Explosive sprinter, Ras Bucket, Trevor Ras Bucket. And the greatest athlete Anguilla has ever had, Carloy Taffy Richardson. On one sports day, Madam Speaker, he broke the long jump record, the 100-meter record, the 200-meter record, the 400-meter record, the 800-meter record, and when I was going in thinking I was winning the 1500-meter record race, he passed me and broke the 1500-meter record. Next year I broke his record though. But the point is that in one day, he broke all those records. And then what? And that is why this progressive movement is seeking to develop sporting facilities so that the talents that we have, Zanel, in Shara, in Hassani, in Omari, in Jamar, in Micaiah, Kiki, Hobart, Harrigan, those are anomalies, Madam Speaker, because they shouldn't have made it, yet they did, despite the lack of facilities that we have. And that is why the minister is ensuring that the Blowing Point indoor facility occurs. Donovan Spider Mitchell was here recently on vacation, Madam Speaker. NBA player, he played for, I think, Utah, and now he plays for the Cavs, Cleveland Cavaliers. And he had to go St. Martin on a daily basis to play ball over there, to keep his game sharp. With this facility now, things will change. Because the links that we have in the NBA, we'll be able to put on projects to ensure that the next wave of athletes have every ability and every opportunity. The Honorable Diane Kentish Rogers is working, and he even went to Executive Council last week, Madam Speaker, on the track and field for Anguilla. Working hard that this will at least begin before the end of this term, Madam Speaker. I know she won't speak about it, but I'm going to tout her hand, because she's a hard worker. And anybody who works hard, and my wait till you see what the Minister of Sustainability unveils next year. And nobody better take the credit for that, you know. Nobody takes the credit for that, for her work, because they have a habit of jumping and say, well, I did it. But GSC, they will never say, we started it. Oh, you know, it was always our intention to do the Valley Main Road, but it was never our intention to implement GST. It was always our intention to start and complete the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal, but we would have never implemented GST. It was always our intention to build a track and field in Anguilla, but we don't want nothing to do with GST, at least not at this time. And the premise in which it was not at this time was that Anguilla's economy was what? Suppressed. So if Anguilla's economy is suppressed and you have no choice but to implement GST, what do? You work hard to turn around the economic situation of Anguilla. This government did not come in office and sit down and went on a vacation. We did not come to office and spend $16,000 on a celebration and we came to office of the taxpayers going to dinner at Koba. And that is what the United Front did post-election in 2015, sorry. After the election, $16,000, look at the Executive Council minute, including dinner with them and the significant others and the taxpayers at Koba Restaurant at the Four Seasons, well, then the Viceroy, which is now Four Seasons, and the restaurant is called Salt. This is a matter of historical fact. Irresponsible, frivolous spending. $33 million in reserves left there, Madam Speaker, came in and wiped all away. 6% economic growth rate, come in, wiped all away. Government is supposed to work, Madam Speaker. And when we came to office, that's exactly what we do. We did. Work. Grind in, day out, and day in. I know nothing but hard work, Madam Speaker. Start at 4 in the morning, I know nothing else but hard work. And one of the things the people of Anguilla need to start doing when they're evaluating persons for political office is look at whether or not they have the ability to really get down and grind and work for them and put in that work. Because it's not automatic. Nothing is automatic. Yes, if it is, you remove government, certain things will happen because we have a very capable and able public service, one of the best public service anywhere. Yes, you have some bad apples, but by and large, the public servants are a great set of people, Madam Speaker, hardworking. The Anguilla public servants, and I just hear them on radio bashing the Anguilla public servants all the time, Madam Speaker. The Anguillan public servants receive a pay cut in 2008. They receive a pay cut in 2009. They receive a pay cut in 2010. They had to pay more taxes and so forth. They have not seen an increment since 2008. They have not seen an increment, Madam Speaker. Teachers, teach. Move to different grades and then see an increase in salaries. But the Minister of Education is ensuring that that is rectified, that these things are rectified. Oh, just cut the civil servants. Cut the civil servants. That's all they say, you know. Cut the civil servants. So where you can cut? You can cut the police force. You can cut the emergency services. Maybe. You know what you should do? Cut the number of firemen at the airport or security. Or you can cut the number of teachers. You know what? Go down to the Ministry of Infrastructure and just terminate half the staff. No. Run up the finance and slash 25% of the people in the Ministry of Finance. That's what you say. But now look at the reality. If you cut one fireman from the airport, ASE downgrades the airport, American can't come in. You cut 2 security officers. We just had a maritime audit 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago. You understand what I'm saying? You cut the emergency services at the Princess Alexandria Hospital. Cut a doctor. We had months, Madam Speaker, with no surgeon. The Premier said we got to have a surgeon. We got to have an additional surgeon. We have to move funding around to ensure that we have a surgeon. Because the Anguilla Health Authority is supposed to be a stat body running itself, doing well for itself. But the taxpayers of Anguilla have to give the Anguilla Health Authority this year $20 million. 20 million it is? $20 million, Madam Speaker. That's almost $2 million a month. And still, barely keeping his head above the water, Madam Speaker. So where does the funding come from to provide medical care? When there's a huge increase in the cost of medication in the US, because we complain about the cost of medication in Anguilla, you know. Oh, it's too expensive. The insulin is too expensive. The ibuprofen is too expensive. They're killing us with the cost. But the cost is increased exponentially in the US. So the health authority says to themselves, and this is hypothetical now, you know what? We can't charge the people of Anguilla so much money, so we're not going to buy it. Because people are going to complain about the cost. And I say that to say this. Sometimes we complain about the cost of items, and we say to the government of Anguilla, and I made this point to someone recently about price control and what have you. And price control has to be controlled. How do I say it? Price control has to be controlled. Because if Maxine buys a carton of eggs for $5 for Scarce in the US, ships it to Anguilla, can she sell it for $4.95? And if she's forced to sell that by government for $4.95, she's not going to bring in those eggs. So then you have an egg shortage. And we may have noticed that you do have an egg shortage. So why do we have an egg shortage, Madam Speaker? Because the price of eggs, as I said before, have gone up by more than 40%, but not only that. The egg-producing farmers in Anguilla have gone under severe stress to the point that some of them are getting out of business because the cost of the feed have gone up so much. that the only way they could recoup that cost is they carry up the cost of the eggs. But we are complaining about the cost of the eggs, so the farmer say, you know what, I'll cut my losses and get out of the business. But there's no duties or GST on the food, on the feed. But the feed first cost and the freight has gone up so much. And you have to feed those chickens for 5 to 6 months before they produce one egg. So then you have shortages. It's the same way we dealt with liat. We complain, L-I-A-T, leave island in the time. Look how expensive liat is. We complain. Liat pull out of the space, and now if we want to go to Dominica, we gotta go to Miami in overnight. So we have to look at what we're doing here, Madam Speaker. And again, GST is what it is. This administration have done so much to the existing GST legislation. And there was a rumor going around that how the Premier plans on increasing the rate to 17%. I see people saying it as a matter of fact. Even on radio stations, even politicians on radio stations saying it as a matter of fact. And there's no plan, no discussion to increase the GST rate. Let me repeat, Madam Speaker. There's zero plan, zero ambition, zero discussion about increasing the rate of GST. I hope that is heard loud and clear. And if the GST rate is increased, then Carter and I have to go afterwards. And Madam Speaker, now, the other side, led by Mr. Kyle Hodge, can say they're going to repeal the GST. And I want to say it over and over and over again, because elections can go anyway. And the next government can be a government of the United Front led by either Shelley or Rogers Webster or Kyle Hodge. And I want the people of Anguilla to remember, not Shelley never promised it, but Kyle did, that they will repeal the GST. I want the people of Anguilla to remember it. So when he get up as a Minister of Finance and he said to the people, fellow Anguillians, my people, on further reflection, it is unfortunate that I have to bring this news to the people of Anguilla that I cannot touch the GST. End of story. Similarly, Mr. Banks, Mr. Richardson, Mr. Connor, Mr. Rogers, and Ms. Cora Richardson Hodge made similar statements following the huge promise of 4 or 5 years to repeal the interim stabilization levy. So, Madam Speaker, I fully support this motion, and I believe we have, regardless of what the single island-wide member, Mr. Kyle Hart, said earlier, I believe we have bipartisan support as it relates to this motion. I don't think that there's anybody in our opposition benches who oppose this motion. And I know in the past, Madam Speaker, members of the opposition oppose relief to the people when we are looking to remove the goods and services tax on banking services and a bunch of different things. But I don't think that they will do so again because they recognize that these things are good for the people of Anguilla. And what is good for the people of Anguilla, we should all support. So thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other contributions? The member for West End is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yes, of course, I stand in support of this motion. But as I always say, whenever I stand in the House, the Honorable House, as an honorable member, I owe it to the people of West End. And when I make a presentation, it's not about what I think, but it's about what the people have said to me. Whenever you give people something, you would like to think they appreciate it. And there's the old cliche that there are no free dinners. So it depends how you look at it, Madam Speaker. If there's a gift to the people, it's not for free. It had to come from somewhere. And of course, Madam Speaker, I think that, and again, what I've gotten from a number of persons is that the age limit, 70. A number of people have felt that, in fact, any idea that anybody have, you can always add to it. Why 70, not 65, the retirement age? Why not for those, why not go to social services and ask who are the real needy people within our communities? There are a number of single parents, male or female, who are struggling with their children, struggling to make ends meet. Maybe they need that help as well. So wherever you look at help that is given, you really need to ask the question, is it really given to those who really need it? And we like to think that every 70-year-old needs it. But the chances are, and as the colleague on this side of the House, the island-wide representative, Kyle Hodge, would have said that there will be some 70-plus who don't need it but qualify for it. Take it and give it to those who need. Madam Speaker, there are some challenges that my community have faced, and a lot of what has happened with perceived success of government over the last couple of years, you'd have to ask the question, where would that success come from? Which part of the island would have contributed most to that? And Madam Speaker, if tourism is our main driving force in Anguilla, West End is the place. The question is, are the people in West End, do they feel that they're being represented in the manner that they should? And some might say, but Carter, you're the representative. Yes, I am. That's why I'm standing here. But a number of persons in West End did not vote for me. They would have voted for this government. And they feel the government has let them down. Some simple factors. Someone wrote to me and said, if someone dies because of there's no traffic light at Long Bay, I am responsible. I raised the point in the House months ago, and there was a big issue about it. How dare I make a statement like that when it's not my ministry, and whoever ministry it was knows what's happening. But you know what is interesting, Madam Speaker? Back then it was a part. So persons would have driven past the lights, see they're not working, would think maybe something's wrong. But when they drive now, and over the last couple of months, Madam Speaker, a light has gone missing. So I don't know where it's gone to. I didn't take it. So somebody's moving not just a part, but they're moving lights out of the community. I've asked, Madam Speaker, I've written.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, relevance, but we are still awaiting parts. Long lead items, we're still waiting the parts. And I've expressed that to the member for West End.
You have not, so you, Madam Speaker, you have not said that to me.
I asked several times, including this House member.
Madam, well, irrelevant. It's irrelevant because, Madam Speaker, first you deny that that was not the case, and now you're saying you're waiting for parts? To put where? Where they were taken from? That you said they weren't taken from? Anyway, Madam Speaker, along the John Hodge Drive, from the stoplights, or where the stoplight should be, up to the corner, a number of our persons in our area who have to exercise for their well-being have asked for some lights to be erected. Months now, Madam Speaker, and that hasn't happened. Madam Speaker, again, when you're in government, you are responsible. Don't look back on what others could have or should have done. You're the one in a responsible position right now. But again, anyway, Madam Speaker, another issue that I have, that we have in the community, Madam Speaker, is that, and that's in the Long Bay Road is one area. There's another incident that took place not so long ago, where a robbery took place in our area. Again, I wrote about the urgency of having a street light erected. But Madam Speaker, the thing is, as I often say, whatever the situation, you could find a positive in it. And Madam Speaker, I'm not standing to complain. I'm standing to point out some of the issues. But I will do what I can, Madam Speaker, to be able to rectify a lot of this. Madam Speaker, another issue is that the Made in Anguilla Arts and Crafts Center that was opened in 2019 has been closed for over a year. It is interesting that the name of Chetty Richardson would have been brought up. Carving, you see him carving.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, that center was closed under the time of the Anguilla United Front.
Come on. Madam Speaker, that's not true. Yes, it was. That is not true. It was not closed on the United Front. In March of 2020 it was not closed on the United Front. Madam Speaker.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, I would have to clarify here, because the Made in Anguilla Arts Center, part of the rationale behind the closure at that point, I'm assuming, was because of the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, which started in March 2020, and at that time it was closed.
And so was the majority of buildings in Anguilla and social centers in Anguilla. That was a circumstance at that time. COVID shut down a number of places. So blame the front for all of that. So nothing else should have been open after that. But Madam Speaker, again, as I said, my point is this, is that in our area, for too long, I keep on saying it, I am not one about us versus them or East versus West. But Madam Speaker, the fact is, if you ask the people within the area, they will tell you they feel that they contribute more than any other district. But yet it seems as if they have to beg. They have to beg to be part of it. The Arts and Crafts Center, where it is closed under the United Front during COVID, when tourism has restarted, it still stayed shut. And a mother of 5 who worked there, another artisan, when we talk about Chetty and how proud we are of him, I was also part of the artisan that operated in that area. But she is from Long Bay. She's from West End. Madam Speaker, again, I don't intend to be too long. I just need to be able to make sure. What did you do for 3 hours or 4 hours? Yeah, it is to the motion. It's about money. It's about money that's been made out of our area, Madam Speaker, and none of it is going back. And you know what one of the main issues is, Madam Speaker? We had a West End policing program. I made a commitment to the people that if I was elected, I would look to have a police station in the area. I thought it was an easy sell. An area where you have the height of tourism on the island, you needed to have policing. I was told there was no money to make it happen, but you had to find another way. I reached out to the business owners in the area to contribute to it, and they did. They saw the sense in it. And the thing is, Madam Speaker, we tend to make a big issue about if it happens to a tourist. If a tourist gets hurt, what happens to us? But Madam Speaker, the biggest challenge and issue is it's our people that are the ones that are getting hurt. Our people are the ones that are getting hurt. Our people are the ones that are getting robbed. Our people are the ones that are getting shot. That's why it was very important to have a program like that, so that within 2 minutes, if you see a potential danger, you could call the number and the police would be there, and the business owners are paying for it. Madam Speaker, I cannot go to them now asking for the same. I could share emails with you what they say. They paid enough money to government. Let them pay for it. Let them protect the industry that feeds government. And you know what, Madam Speaker, they're right. Madam Speaker, another issue I have, and again it starts about the lights at Long Bay. The persons that live along that road, they're in constant fear. The ones who walks along that road, the Albert Hughes Drive, they walk in constant fear. And there's reason for it. A number of vehicles leave the road by driving too fast. But you know what the answer is now, Madam Speaker? And usually running into a pole. If you go past Sharky's restaurant and go around that bend, that chicane, there are 3 poles that have got drums surrounding the poles. So you know what's more important? The poles are more important than the lives of the people in the car. That's the impression I get. Don't hit my pole. You could crash into the drums filled with whatever, but don't touch my poles. You could be in a car, or if the car hits a pole, you could be out of electricity for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. But if you're the person in the car, you might not live to see another hour. So these are some of the things, Madam Speaker. Again, when my people are saying to me, Cardi, we need to slow the speed rate down. We're reaching out to the authorities. We want to find a way to get it done, but Madam Speaker, it is not happening. It is frustrating being in opposition because it seems that all you can do is ask, because you don't make the decisions. You can ask. But Madam Speaker, again, as I said, it is vitally important that if you're in government, that you pay attention to what people are saying. You learn from them. We're all very humble, Madam Speaker, when we go canvassing for a vote. We find time for them. With every idea you take on board and you digest it and you agree with them and all. And then what happens after that, Madam Speaker? What happens after that? The people feel neglected. And the thing is that you could check governments over the past. Persons, the electorate, they are the ones who will decide whether they feel they've learned a lesson. I don't believe in making mistakes. I believe in learning lessons, because if you make a mistake and don't know why, you'll do the same thing again. And I like to believe, Madam Speaker, that the majority of our people in Anguilla would have learned a lesson this time around. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the time that was offered to me. And again, I thank the government for reaching out and offering assistance to our people. But I also challenge our government to please don't take from people what they don't have. And don't try to give them back what you took from them and then say it's a gift. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any other contributions? Okay, the member made basically a request to give some consideration to some lights in West End and something to slow the traffic down. Maybe we can give consideration because life is involved here. And maybe I should speak to the member for Island Harbor who leads government business. Maybe your cabinet can give consideration to something when it involves saving lives, yes? And of course, at the same time, I know you had lots to say, member, about the wonderful staff, and I'm asking also to give consideration to the fishing wharf in Island Harbor when it comes to saving lives as well, because it's in need of dire repair since Hurricane Irma. The fishing wharf in Island Harbor. So,
Madam Speaker,
I'm not asking you to
no,
I'm just
point
telling
out-
you to take it into consideration and give urgent attention to these things that can save lives, okay?
Madam Speaker, the
Yes.
Honorable Premier have ensured that we have the materials now, and you'll see the work to repair the wharf commencing shortly.
Okay, I've heard shortly for too long.
No,
Okay,
short-
so
shortly
we're going to
within
do
the
this.
next-
I just want you to give consideration.
Absolutely.
Thank you, member. Thank you. Are there any other contributions to this bill? If there are no other contributions, I will invite the mover to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Certainly, there's been robust and, lively discussion and debate. And certainly some things that came up, and you highlighted some of the issues. Madam Speaker, it's, I just wanted to give a little bit of clarity on some things from the Single Island Wide member, Mr. Kyle Hodge. And when he mentioned that there should be support given to decrease the fuel surcharge. And Madam Speaker, just to inform this House and the people of Anguilla that this request was made to the CEO of Anglec back in the beginning of October, and that is on, most specifically on the 4th of October. A letter was sent requesting data and how the fuel surcharge was calculated. And because, Madam Speaker, I've spoken to the premiers of British Virgin Islands and TCI, who had given consideration to capping the fuel surcharge in their territories. And similar discussion was had with the Ministry of Finance here and the financial advisor. But you cannot make determinations without the information. And so a request was made. And I received a letter on the 18th of October from the CEO of Anglec, and basically it was a narrative as to why the fuel surcharge should be $1.02 per kilowatt hour, and it needed to go up from 70 cents when it had gone up from 45 cents. And then there was a table of fuel prices, but this was determined by the Ministry of Finance to be inadequate to determine the validity of the requested fuel surcharge that was sent, requested or informed us by Anglec. And so it's difficult without the information to make these types of determinations, because I can't go to Executive Council with inadequate information, a proposal to reduce the fuel surcharge or to cap it, and then that has to then be approved, and then it has to get approval from the United Kingdom. And if we don't have the information, we can't do this. And so I would like, that this be reiterated to Anglec, as we've asked for financials now since October of 2021. We've asked for financials so that we can help Anglec, who consistently and continuously asking government for help. But we cannot do these things without having adequate information. And it certainly seems untoward, Madam Speaker, that an entity that controls 79% of a company does not have access to the information of that company when the request to that shareholder is made on a continuous basis for assistance. The other thing, Madam Speaker, is that the Single Island Wide member, as stated, he recommended that changes to the GST bill as we found it. And as has been stated earlier, it was very stringent in what was in it. But then he voted against the bill, voted against the zero-rated items that he proposed, voted against the exemptions that he suggested, voted against his own amendments, and now he's claiming the credit. Hypocrisy, Madam Speaker. And now he was claiming that he's joining or considering joining the AUF, which agreed to the GST, implemented phase 1 in October of 2019, and signed to progress it in June of 2020. So, Madam Speaker, it seems again, is this hypocrisy or politics? The people of Anguilla, Madam Speaker, they are taking advantage of the cost of living benefits that have been proposed. Today I saw them, standing and going into Treasury to get the food vouchers for $500. The people have been asking me since August of this year, especially when the fuel surcharge went up from 45 cents a kilowatt hour to 70 cents a kilowatt hour, and the electricity bills increased significantly, asking if we would be able to give another electricity bill subsidy. And we've been able to do that because of the prudent management of the people's money that this administration has done. Now the member for West End is asking for certain things for that community, and certainly we will help where we can. But again, we work within a fiscal space, and we want to make sure that we impact the lives of as many people as possible with the benefits that can be offered. So, as the member for Road South said, the member from West End was in the previous administration, but at no time it seems that he asked his Minister of Finance for these types of benefits which he's seeking. Madam Speaker, we are now at this point, and as you see in the cost of living and also in this supplementary budget, we are asking for over $1 million to give back to businesses for an IGT refund. Now, what is interesting is that, Madam Speaker, we've received requests for IGT refunds, but some of these businesses did not pass on the savings that they would have gotten from removing, that people should have gotten if the IGT was removed. But now government has to find that money to refund what wasn't passed on by some of the businesses. Not all of them, Madam Speaker, but some. And this is the reason why it has become necessary to consider price control and consumer protection legislation, because while some of the businesses in Anguilla are caring and compassionate, others are not. And we've seen this from back in 2020 with the concessions that were given for COVID-related items, where not all the businesses passed on the savings. And we see it now when the IGT refunds, where it hasn't been passed on by some of the businesses also. And these are the concerns we have as government. We want to take it that businesses will do the right thing, that people will do the right thing, but we have evidence that it doesn't always happen. And that is why government has to make decisions. And these decisions have to be, how can we impact most of the people with the benefits that we offer? And this is how we see that will make the biggest impact, reducing the electricity bills through the subsidies, and also giving the food vouchers to those who are 70 and older to help them through this time. This time caused by inflation, Madam Speaker. And contrary to what is said by the member from the Single Island White member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, the impact of the GST is not what is the significant part of this increase in the cost of living in Anguilla. It has to do with inflation. It has to do with COVID-related increase in shipping charges, increase in fuel costs, the war in Ukraine, the supply chain issues. Supplies themselves have been limited, and we see this in the United States and elsewhere where we get most of our supplies from. Madam Speaker, inaction is a choice. but it's not an option for this administration. You can do nothing, but we choose to help the people of Anguilla because we have stated that we are looking out for their well-being. And we are throwing life rafts to the people, Madam Speaker. And this ship is sailing steady, going in the right direction. And we'll continue to make sure that the people of Anguilla have a fighting chance, no matter what it takes. And that is why we make sure that every dollar that comes in, that it is spent wisely. And that the impact of it will be felt by most of the people possible. So, Madam Speaker, we are here today with this supplementary appropriation bill number 2 of 2022, and we're asking that the members consider it favorably, knowing that this will have a significant impact on the people of Anguilla, improving their lives. And as we move forward, as was stated earlier, when we get into the budgeting for 2023, there will be other considerations. Madam Speaker, I thank you for this time and for your patience, and I ask that the House considers this favorably. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, and thank you to all members for their contributions. You're requesting 5 minutes recess? Okay, before we put the House into the committee stage? Okay. So we're just going to have the second reading, and then I'll put the House into recess before committee. Okay? It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Supplementary Appropriation 2022, Number 2 Act 2022 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
An act to authorize supplementary expenditure from the Consolidated Fund of Anguilla in excess of sums appropriated for the services of the Government of Anguilla for the 2022 financial year by the Appropriation 2022 Act 2022, Act number 1 of 2022.
Thank you, members. We're going to recess for 5 minutes, and we'll come back to our committee stage. House is recessed. Thank you, members. The House will now resume its sitting. Under Rule 45 of the House of Assembly Rules of Procedure, the bill now stands referred to a committee of the whole Assembly to be considered clause by clause. Assembly in committee.
Clauses 1 through 2.
Put the question that clauses 1 through 2 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The schedule, Program 001R, Her Excellency the Governor, $588,153. Program 350R, Ministry of Home Affairs, $8,729,012. Program 450R, Ministry of Finance and Health.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment that the amount be changed to $117,673,457 for 487. My vision is fading at this hour, you know. So that's, yeah, $117,673,487. So this will change the total recurrent expenditure and change the total recurrent and capital expenditure amounts to reflect that increase.
You just want to call those out so I can make one proposal for passage.
Yes, correct.
Be amended by this amendment.
Oh, yes, so the total recurrent expenditure will be $248,756,706. And the total recurrent and capital expenditures, $258,512,040.
Thank you. I put the question that program 450R, Ministry of Finance and Health, be amended as presented and do stand part of the bill. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Amendment accepted.
Program 550R, Ministry of Social Development, $53,571. Program 650R, Ministry of Infrastructure, Communications, Utilities, Housing and Tourism, $24,718,392. Program 750R, Ministry of Economic Development, Investment, Commerce, and Natural Resources, $13,047,092. Total recurrent expenditure, $248,756,706.
I put the question that programs 001R, 350R, 450R, 550R, 650R, 750R, total recurrent expenditure in the amount of $248,756,706 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it.
capital expenditure. Program 550D, Ministry of Social Development, $3,228,298. Program 650D, Ministry of Infrastructure, Communications, Utilities, Housing and Tourism, $4,840,965. Program 750D, Ministry of Economic Development, Investment, Commerce and Natural Resources, $1,686,070. Total capital expenditure, $9,755,333.
I put the question. Program 001D, 350D, 450D, 550D, 650D, 750D, and total capital expenditure in the amount of $9,755,333 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Total recurrent and capital expenditures, $258,512,040.
I put the question that total recurrent and capital expenditures totaling $258,512,040 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
The title and the enacting clause.
I put the question that the title and the enacting clause do stand part of the bill. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The Assembly will now resume its sitting. The mover is invited to report.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that Rule 44 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly be suspended to allow the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2022, Number 2, Act 2022, to be read a third time. Yes. So, Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2022, Number 2, Act 2022 has passed through committee with amendments and is ready for a third reading. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that Rule 44 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly be suspended to allow the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2022, Number 2, Act 2022, to be read a third time. The reasons for this, Madam Speaker, is for the 3 readings on the same day is the urgency of this supplementary appropriation, so that the cost of living benefits can be assented and approved by the United Kingdom government so that the payments can start immediately. It is necessary to do this as the end of year is approaching fast, and we need to get this done. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Under Rule 36 of the Rules of Procedure, I consent to the proposing of this motion. Can someone second, please?
Madam Speaker, I rise a second.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the rules of procedure of the Assembly be suspended to allow the bill entitled A Bill for Supplementary Appropriation 2022 Number 2 Act 2022 to be read a third time and passed. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Rule 44 of the Rules of Procedure is now suspended.
Supplementary Appropriation 2022, Number 2 Act 2022, third reading.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move that a bill entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2022, Number 2, Act 2022 be read a third time and passed.
Madam Speaker, I rise a second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill entitled A Bill for Supplementary Appropriation 2022 Number 2 Act 2022 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
An act to authorize supplementary expenditure from the Consolidated Fund of Anguilla in excess of sums appropriated for the services of the Government of Anguilla for the 2022 financial year by the Appropriation 2022 Act 2022, Act Number 1 of 2022.
Bill read a third time and passed.
A bill for licensing of businesses Amendment Act 2022, first reading.
Member for Island Harbor is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Licensing of Businesses Amendment Act 2022 have its first reading.
I rise a second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Licensing of Businesses Amendment Act 2022 be read a first time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a first time.
An act to amend the Licensing of Businesses Act 2021.
Bill read a first time.
Private members' bills? None. Private bills? None. Other orders of the day?
The member for Road South is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would just like to ask leave to really extend some congratulatory remarks to one of our Chevenet scholars. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to rise because I know it's the thrust of the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs to ensure that Anguillians are featured in management positions in the hospitality sector. And I also want to congratulate, Madam Speaker, Ms. Keller Gomes. She is a recently graduated Chevenet scholar and who joined the hospitality sector in 2018, Madam Speaker. She also served as the board of directors on the Water Authority, but left to pursue further education. And on returning to Anguilla and rejoining the Four Seasons team, Madam Speaker, she has now been elevated to the position of Director of Human Resources for the Four Seasons Resort Anguilla. And that is indeed in keeping with our goal to ensure that Anguillians are featured. But not only Anguillians are featured, but competent, qualified, energetic, and innovative and progressive Anguillians. And I just want to, from the bottom of my heart, congratulate the Four Seasons and congratulate Keller, Ms. Gomes, and her family on being elevated to this prestigious position. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your indulgence.
Thank you. The Single Island Wide Electoral District member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I too rise to congratulate Ms. Gomes on the appointment. I have had the pleasure of engaging in several meetings with her and other senior members of the property, and I've become quite impressed with her knowledge, her abilities, and this appointment speaks well for the future of Anguillians in the hospitality sector. And Madam Speaker, there have been a number of other appointments in some other properties as well, which would have been announced in the past weeks as well. So it does point, Madam Speaker, to the fact that Anguillians are beginning to excel once again in the hospitality sector, and we would like for this trend to continue. I have made no secret of the fact, Madam Speaker, with our new understudy policy, and our thrust is to see Anguillians attain the very highest heights in the sector, and we will continue to push for that, Madam Speaker, as we move along. So again, Carla, take a bow. Congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Any other orders of the day? The Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Joseph Antapool, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, good afternoon to you and to all of my colleagues in the House, as well as to everyone listening. I would like to join my colleagues across the aisle in their congratulatory remarks, as well as extending congratulations to the 56 Pelicans who would have graduated from UE in what was titled a record-breaking ceremony recently. Congratulations to all of them. But while also on my feet, between the last sitting and now, we've had a roller coaster of good events and bad. We'd have had one of what I would deem to be one of the saddest funerals in Anguilla's history to my attendance. That was a physical testament to how one single soul can really reach out and have lifelong impacts on an entire community, and how the loss of one soul can really send ripple effects through everyone in the community. And how people came out, how they showed out, and how they gave their presence and supported the family really attested to that. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to extend condolences to the Benjamin family, who would have recently lost their sister, Iva. And in particular, I would like to reference Sharon Benjamin, her sister, and my aunt, Angela Vanterpool, and particularly Gordon on the passing of his mother. My heartfelt condolences go to the entire family. My sympathy and thoughts will be with you at this time. And I'm sure that in the same way we as a community came together to lend support before, we will not only continue to support those who need it, but we'll also look out for those who unfortunately go through these times of bereavement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The member for Valley South is recognized. How can I mix them up?
Please, please. Not really. Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to join in congratulating our Chevening scholars, Miss Carla Gomes, and all of the persons who have celebrated graduations over the past couple of weeks. And of course, I want to join my colleague from across the floor in expressing condolences to the Benjamin family on the loss of a loved one, specifically Mr. Gordon Connor and family for their loss. And also to extend my condolences to the Sasso family on their loss, because in the occasions that I do visit them, there's such a striking similarity to my grandmother. I see a lot of my grandmother in the now passed on Miss Sasso, and I do extend deep sympathies for them because I know how difficult it is to lose someone from that generation. So I do want to express my condolences to all who are suffering right now from the loss of loved ones.
Thank you, Member. Anyone else? The Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mrs. Quincy Gomes-Marie, is recognized.
Good afternoon, Speaker. I realize this is the first time I spoke in the House today, so good afternoon all. Members of the House and those who are listening on Facebook, Radio Anguilla, who has been with us from 10 o'clock this morning. It's now 4:40. I do want to join my colleagues in expressing both congratulatory remarks as well as condolences where it applies. I know as a community, we celebrate each other's wins and we mourn together as well. So I would like to join all that was mentioned, as well as acknowledging, I think that we are in about day 3 of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. And this is something that has been part of who I am, something that I've always championed, whether it is with one person or on a wider scale. I've also been acknowledged by the Gender Affairs Unit for my work in activism previously in the 2020 cohort. And I think recently there's been an increase in the circulation of recorded instances of violence against women and men in romantic relationships and parental relationships. And it has become a bit normalized and circulated for spectacle instead of for intervention. And I do want to reach out to the wider community and say that we are all part of the hands that stop gender-based violence. Of course, it does disproportionately affect women and girls, but men can be affected by gender-based violence as well. And they're very unlikely to report because of perceptions about masculinity. And so we need to ensure that the things we say, the images we share, the way we respond to instances of gender-based violence, it sends a clear message that there's no room for it, and that we will support those who have been affected by gender-based violence. And just so the general community can be aware, gender-based violence is not just where a partner, male or female, attacks another partner. It happens in sexual instances of rape, different kinds of violence, drugging, kidnapping, coercion, extortion. There's a lot of different ways gender-based violence can occur. And wherever possible, we should make those offenders uncomfortable, call them out, root them out, but also to protect those who have been affected by gender-based violence. And some of the ways we can do that is also in the way we respond to our understanding of it. So when we hear persons speak out about gender-based violence, not discount their stories, not make light of their experiences, even if we don't believe that it has occurred, or we don't believe that the perpetrator could have been the person because we know them. We need to ensure that in all ways, there are lots of ways to be an activist against gender-based violence. And one of those ways is keeping silence when you don't know what to say, but when you do know what to say and you have the platform to say, to make sure that your voice is heard for those who need it. And so the wider community, I am speaking to those who are not affected, that we have a role to play, but also those who are, that I can pledge my support in being a voice for your concerns. We can call the police, we can go with them to different law enforcement agencies, we can assist them with moving from spaces of violence and instances of not being protected. But what we cannot and should not do is judge and turn a blind eye. And so I would like us to be aware of all of the other activities the Gender Affairs Unit has for the 16 days of activism. I know they started off with a march on Sunday, and there are going to be a lot of different activities throughout. This is about highlighting it. It's not just for these 16 days, but ensuring that we all play the role that we are expected to play the role of as legislators. When we are in here, our conduct, the things we say, the things we like, the things we share on Facebook, how we respond to different instances, we all have a role to play. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Any other orders? Okay, we continue.
Adjournment.
Honorable members recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move that this honorable House be adjourned until the 13th of December, 2022 at 10 a.m.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
Thank you, members. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable House stands adjourned until December 13th at 10 a.m. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. This Honorable House now stands adjourned until December 13th at 10 a.m. Thank you, members. Have a good evening.